Okay. Hello, everybody. Let me know if I'm too loud, etc., etc. We have good friend Inna here, Ben here. Not sure if Epic is still in the chat, but welcome in, Epic. Epic's at work, I guess? When do you end work, Epic? I just want to talk a bit about just some general stuff. Next week we will do a react. Next Sunday we'll do a react stream, just like usual. But I do hope to be able to do a bit more FF14 content in the future. I genuinely enjoy this game. I'm looking forward to the day that I can explore this with my friend, my bestie, my gaming bestie. One day. And another thing that I'm very excited for, I'm not gonna lie, I've been feeling like it's Christmas, is the 7.5 MSQ, because it is a, well, for lack of a better term, right? It is the introduction to 8.0. Now we're not going to get 8.0 till January 2027, but it's just exciting, isn't it? I think it's exciting. Let me know if how you feel about it, but I feel quite chirpy. I feel quite chirpy about the whole situation. Ben, I'm going to come back in a second. I'm just going to I'm just gonna check something. I'm gonna check out where Koa is. I think Koa's at a think Koa is at their estate. No rush. Yeah, I'm just gonna be, I'll be back. BRB. Hello, Emmy. We're doing some Final Fantasy tonight because there's a new MSQ and I want to experience it. Yeah. Wow, I got promoted. Where actually is Koa? Heading to the FC. Okay. Heading to our FC. By the way, Emmy, I don't know if Emmy is also still in chat, but some good news, Emmy. They are making Shadowbringers free. So you're going to be able to play all the way. So you're going to be able to play A Realm Reborn, Heaven's Word, Stormblood, and Shadowbringers for free. So at some point, not right now, I'm going to be honest. I'm too busy. You're too busy. But I think maybe in the fall, we should discuss a couple things. Because Shadowbringers, I personally prefer Endwalker. Okay, I'm going to be honest. But Shadowbringers is so close to Endwalker. It is worth going through the game for. I think you would have a lovely time. You were one of the first people I knew to play Final Fantasy, so I think you would love it. I'm asking Koa to try this outfit on and then send me a pic. Wait 1 second. But anyway, there's been some developments, Emmy, that have gotten everybody really excited. So yeah. Schedule it. Yeah. I'm going to see if I can, once I get my sister's fiance through the MSQ, Emmy, you and I can do it together. I'll because right now I have Thursday dedicated to that. So then I'll shift my Thursday from getting them through it to getting you through it. And if Thursday doesn't work, Tuesday or some other day, you know what I mean? Just like a couple hours a night. Just do a little bit every little bit. We'll be gray-haired and in a retirement home together by the end, but okay. I'm just going to do a status check here of everybody. Welcome in. I'm going to be playing MSQ tonight very soon. I'm going to take off my AFK because wait a minute, my AFK is off. Okay. Good. Okay. My sister is sending me a picture of her Ellison wearing my outfit. I can't wait. Oh my goodness. So I made this outfit. I think my boy looks good in it, but there's a white tattoo on this outfit that you can't see. And so, because he's too pale, right? He's pale as hail. So, I'm asking my sister to show her Ellison in it. And this is the result. It looks extremely fine. We are all in agreement. Yeah. It's just looking... It's looking... that because the tattoo is white, it stands out against his skin. Yeah. She's dying right now. Creamy keyboard time. Okay. So, yeah, so MSQ, I'm very excited. What am I expecting? What am I expecting? Okay. I'm expecting people talking about the wintering. I'm going to expect that we're going to see Zero because, and Golbez maybe, because of the, you know how they talked about how the moons are all connected? So there might be a return to the moon because the moons are connected. There's a potentiality that we might have to talk to Gaia, Reen, and the others because of other source-related travel shit. So if I was going to make like a list of things that will happen, there is a high chance that we'll say goodbye to Best Boy Graha because Cryo and Graha, I don't... Well, Cryo maybe, but Graha, I think, will have to go back to the Baldesian Annex. So I'm going to go with Y'shtola. I'm going to guess that we're going to see her because she's more related to wanting to get back to the first. I'm thinking we'll see the Loporrits, and we're going to see Zero/Golbez because of the moon. And there's a possibility that we'll have Reen or Gaia because of traveling to the first. So yeah, so this is my guess. Now we will probably also see Calyx, and we will also see, I think it was Helmarut, right? Question mark. And we will probably learn about the wintering. Now, what do I think the wintering is? So, we are not going to reopen the 4-hour debate that we had last time. We're just not going to, we're not going to do that. I'm going to change, apply. There we go. But regardless of what I believe about Dynamis, regardless of what you believe about Dynamis, and regardless of what you might believe about the ancients knowing about Insinger or not, it is very clear that there were still problems in the universe, even if Aetheris outwardly looked like an idyllic place. So my guess, all right, is at the same time as Hermes' depression created Medion and the depressed burb bullshit, okay, there was another problem going on in regards to the wintering. Now, the wintering, that could be one option. Another option is at the same time as the Paragons attempted to rejoin the source and recreated the convocation, there was another problem going on, aka the wintering. So Helmarut might, when she was rejoined and got her memories back, she might have picked up this old mission that she had and Azim might be related to it. Now, people have tried their best not to spoil me, but, and I've not tried to spoil myself at all, but it is very possible that when Vana, another possibility is when Vana sundered the realms, the wintering started. This is another possibility, okay? I'm not asking for confirmation here. So another possibility is Vana did something knowingly or unknowingly triggering something else. So another possibility is when Vana sundered the realms, the wintering started knowingly or unknowingly. Right? Like she either knowingly knew that this was going to be a problem, but she did it anyway, or she didn't know and she did it. Either way, it's possible that the wintering started because of the sundering, or the wintering started before the sundering. Either way, whether it started before or after, and whether people knew or didn't know, what is clear is Halmarut and question mark others, question mark, aka maybe even a Zemnu, want to fix it for whatever reason. Now, this is what I assume. Now, what's interesting is at the keynote, Yoshi P said that they can't show things because of spoilers. But then they showed this cute cat. So I wonder if we're going to see a cute little dwarven cat or not. That'd be cool if we could. But if we don't, I will just assume it's coming out in 7.5b or something else. So before we kick off, I just want to check in with chat. How is chat doing? And then I would retire home with you. I'm thinking the Reaper and the trailer's a fake out. If we see Zero, I'll be more convinced. Yeah. Halmarut sundered as far as we know. Yeah. Hey, Jonathan. How's everybody, by the way? How is Ben? How is Emmy? How is Epic / Jonathan? I'm super pumped. Party ordered Starbucks and wait a minute, alive? Excuse me? What? Where's my email? Taken aback. Grabbing food before work. Yay! I'm questioning. I'm questioning Ben right now because he just said that he's alive. Are you physically okay, or was work just crazier today? Dying from tree pollen? No. Oh, I know it's gonna hit me next. I'm bracing myself. Party got meds. I hope you can take care of yourself, Emmy. Be careful out there with that pollen. I'm dipping in while at work. How long do you have to work? How much work do you have left? Like when do you get to go home? Epic. Work was crazy, and yeah, not walking to. Oh, damn it. Well, are your hands okay? We don't have to push hard. Okay. You know what? If you're like disabled, it is what it is. As long as you're not hand disabled. Am I right? Take meds or whatever, Ben. Poor Ben. On 3 different types of meds. My eyes are half swollen shut. Ew. Yikes. I close the store an hour and a half from now. That's 3 minutes of closing time. Then I leave. 2 minutes. 2 hours. Okay. Well, we never know. The reason why I started a bit earlier is because my last stream was very long. Let's just say that. And I can't do that this time because I have class in the morning. So I gotta be responsible. Chieko can only do that like once in a while these days. Turning into an old lady. And my fellow MSQ runner is also an early riser because he's a baker. So. Okay, he's gonna jet. I hope work goes well though, Epic. Like, I hope it goes smoothly. And doesn't get too crazy. Yeah, I'm super excited. What else? Do I have any other opinion about this? I was explaining it to Epic. When I go into stories, I'm extremely laid back. I just go in for the ride, you know what I mean? So I'm not like, if some of the stuff isn't answered, I'm not going to be upset. I just need to make it clear. This is just me theory crafting. I'm just making some guesses here. If it's not true or if it's incorrect, I'm not too fussed. I think there are some people, correct me if I'm wrong, okay? But I think there are some people who kind of wear it as a badge of honor if they can guess everything. And I think that's cool if you can guess stuff. Like, I guessed a couple things in the past. But I think sometimes there's also like a surprise factor that's really nice, you know? So yeah, it's very exciting. I'm just gonna check a couple things. I'm gonna do okay. All right. Maybe just a couple more minutes and then we're going to start. So Epic is trapped for 2 more hours at his work, Sag. I apologize for none of my contributions keeping you awake. Yeah, don't apologize. It's totally fine, Epic. I was so mentally enlivened. I love a good debate as long as it's not getting, mean-spirited. As long as it's in good faith. I enjoy a good debate. But yeah. And I've been playing the game again with my sister's fiance and my sister. And it's just been a lot of fun. It's just been super fun to kind of replay the story for like a 3rd or 4th time. Just enjoy certain parts of it all over again. Yeah, it's been a good time in Final Fantasy XIV. And now we have Evercold that we are all, I think, more or less excited for. So yeah. It's going to be great. I think it's going to be great. Of course, Evercold could turn out to be like another Stormblood. But at this point, everything just looks really pretty to look at. If we can get some nice Viking music and, some Viking rock, some Danheim, some Heilung up in there, I'd be I'd be pretty. Oh my gosh, guys, Absolute Tyranny. I have listened to that so many times. I can almost, yeah, I can sing along a little bit now. Earworm. That whole Ray tier for me was peak in terms of the music, and Absolute Tyranny is probably my favorite, actually. I'm sorry to the Rage Against the Machine guy. Like, that one also slaps, but there's something about Absolute Tyranny. I was asking Ben about it, because, like, Ben is more of a rocker. Like, what exactly is that? People are calling it dad rock. Somebody called it Power 80 rock, and then some people are calling it hair metal. I have no idea what it is, but I love it. Look, if they can get it howling in FF14, that would be crazy. It would be crazy. I don't think it would happen. Like, we all gotta calm our titties down. But yeah, absolutely. I love Danheim. I love Heilung. Having any one of them in would be amazing. Get some throat singing in there. Something. And one thing that we were talking about is the whole question of primeval forces and gods. Will some form of a different type of god arrive? Will we hear about Ultima again? Or Altima? Or Ultima and Altima? The elementals, other primeval forces. We'll see. But definitely, I think we're going to be talking about how to get to the fourth, essentially, is what. But my question, okay, I know that the dungeon takes place in Garlemald, so that's also like a big question mark, is like, why are we in Garlemald? That's got me puzzling too. What does Garlemald have to do with it? But yeah, very exciting. I haven't seen Dawntrail MSQ, but isn't every reflection attacked by a different elemental imbalance? So wouldn't this wintering just be that? Yes and no. Yes and no, deck. So there's 14... Well, there's 13 reflections plus the source. And I think some stuff can be doubled, right? So, like, there could be 2 water calamities to this calamity to that calamity, right? Oh, Catboy. Very manly. Thank the 12 squirrels and beer. Definitely beer. Yep. Yep. Okay. Into squirrels. However, I do think that now I've been derailed. Okay. So we have known for some time that sometimes the same type of calamity will affect 2 different reflections, but not at the same time. And in the case of the first, for example, if we look at the first was overwhelmed with a calamity, but it was not rejoined. The 13th was overwhelmed with a calamity, but it was not rejoined. So it is very possible that the wintering could refer to a calamity on a shard that was not rejoined. Okay? But the way Helmarut was talking about it, Sim, you missed out last MSQ playthrough, okay? So you don't understand. Helmarut, who is one of the Sundered Asians, not to be confused with the Paragons. Helmarut, who's one of the Sundered Asians, made it sound like the wintering is a separate problem from wanting to be rejoined, or from the effects of from the sundering. So the wintering is not sundering. The wintering is not rejoining. the wintering could be the effect of a calamity on a shard, but it sounds like it's a bigger problem to me. The way she was talking about, just like the sentence structure, made it sound like it was more than just this shard has ice on it. Now, if it was just one shard, she's just talking about one shard getting ice calamity, it then tells me that this shard matters to her for reasons I don't know or can't comprehend. But the way she talked about it and the Winterers made me feel that this has to be bigger than just a single shard having a calamity. And if she is only talking about a single shard and a calamity, there must be something extremely personal involved for her to consider it such a big deal. Yeah. It didn't look like the moon method for travel in the trailer. They were induced, not natural. Also, a calamity doesn't necessarily mean it has rejoined. Yeah, agree, Ben. Speaking of throat singing, the steppe and the Zayla seem relevant too from the expansions. Supposedly the Zayla are Mongol coded, so throat singing could be a thing. Yeah, that'd be cool. That'd be cool. If you want light and dark, there are 8 elements. That does not divide neatly into the 13 shards plus the source, so some shards will have to double up on an element. Yeah, that's what I thought. There are 6 elements, 2 polarities. Yeah, that's what I thought. Wintering sounds like an aether version of the heat death of the universe. Yeah, I agree. So here's the thing. It is very possible, going back to touch lightly on the conversation we had the other day, that Vana knew to deal with Medion, they had to be sundered. But she also knew that this could not be the full end because there's a bigger problem. And so that's where Azim and other Asians come into play. But once again, we'll have to see what Helmarut tells us. And we'll have to take what Helmarut tells us into... We'll have to take what Helmarut tells us into consideration, but we'll have to take it with a grain of salt. Like, I don't know how much I would trust Helmarut at this point in time. Oh, hello, Jonathan and Ben. Wait a minute. Ben is saying hello to Wooly. Hello, Wooly. And hello, Miro. We're starting 7.5 MSQ today. Starting a bit early because I don't want to go late. But I'm very excited, and we're just doing some theory crafting before we get into the story, making some guesses. So I'm guessing, so basically, just to recap, I'm guessing we'll see Y'shtola, maybe the Loporrits, Zero, Golbez and the Moon, Reen and Gaia, Calyx, Helmarut, and we'll talk about the wintering, potentially. What is the wintering? It could be pre-sundering thing, it could be because of the sundering, or it could be a post-sundering thing. Either way, it's a problem that may affect more than one shard. It might affect the whole cosmos. That's my theory crafting. The way Helmarut talked about it made me feel that it was a thing that affected more than just a single reflection, right? It sounded like it was much broader. We'll bounce off when you start MSQ? Sure. That's okay, Miro. Rest up. If it helps, in Japanese, Helmarut uses Sama when she refers to the Warrior of Light in 7.4. Yeah, I mean, here's the thing, right? We know that Elidibus and the Convocation made a choice, but Azim clearly didn't fully 100% support it, right? They weren't against it, they probably thought, well, we got to do what we got to do. But I have a sense that Halmarut or other Ascians might have been aware or might have supported Azim in Azim's solution. If Azim had a solution. We know Vanah's solution. And I have nothing wrong. I have no beef with Vanah's solution. Vanah's solution was philosophically fascinating and ideologically interesting. It's tied to themes of resilience and perseverance and accepting that life is not going to be, you know, sweetness and light. That suffering is a part of our life and we need to learn how to move through that. So I think Vanah saw the ancients as being flawed and myopic and exploitative. And I think she saw there was a Achilles heel. So she took this moment to set everybody back. But in doing so, she either increased the wintering or kind of maybe set us back a little bit in being able to deal with it. So the rejoinings have happened. Maybe now we can deal with it. Or maybe now Halmarut has found us. So now we can deal with it. It is very interesting that Halmarut refers to us as Sama. Maybe Halmarut looked up to Azim. There were tons of people who looked up to Azim, right? Like Elidibus looked up to Azim. Hythlodaeus loved Azim, right? Amit liked Azim. So I think tons of the convocation liked Azim. So I wouldn't be surprised if some people liked Azim. The only people who really didn't like Azim, in my opinion, like the only people who like would start breaking out into hives whenever Azim showed up would probably be La Habrea. Because La Habrea is running a tight ship on Pandemonium and he got effed up with Athena, so he has fish to fry. So Azim kind of trolloping along, tromping along, probably like drives him nuts. But I still don't feel like La Habrea hated us. It's more like he like probably respected Azim, but would prefer Azim to be not in his vicinity. But that's just I think Emmett tolerated him. I think Emmett deep down liked being called by Azim. I think it's heavily implied that Emmett came to genuinely enjoy it when Azim called on him. Using Dawntrail. Another odd observation. In the Azim step, the big bull thing is called the Dawn Throne, as it most likely relates to Azim the sun. And now we're heading into a possible Aura expansion using Dawntrail. Right now, there's a lot of people, okay, who are clutching on to Evercold as the answer to Final Fantasy XIV. It just looks really cool, right? Like the trailer genuinely looks awesome. The field looks awesome. But at the same point in time, there are a lot of people who are kind of tossing Dawntrail aside. And I understand, and I'm not saying that they shouldn't do that necessarily. Like, if you don't care about it, you don't care about it. If you don't like it, you don't like it. I'm not saying what you can and cannot like. But I would hope that the writers do what they did with A Realm Reborn and retroactively make Dawntrail, like, firm it up. You know what I mean? And and Jonathan pointing that out tells me that there was some kind of a plan. It's just that some parts of it weren't executed maybe as well as some of us would like. but I would hope that they could retroactively make Dawntrail also make sense even more and have meaning beyond what it has right now. Emma is a giant tsundere. Yeah. The people who knew Azem seem to think there was a chance we'd agree with their choices. Yeah. Yeah. Well, and what's interesting is that Azem seem to not have commit themselves to one side or another side. That's what was interesting. Like, clearly Azem had a great relationship with Vana. Clearly Azem had a great relationship with Elidibus. Chose neither, right? Azem was out helping the people to the last minute. So it's very interesting, is what I would say. Very interesting. And that's another thing as well, is just because the ancients were living in the illusion of an idyllic society doesn't mean that there weren't issues or there weren't problems in the cosmos that they were noticing. It's like Hermes. Hermes discovered Dynamis. Well, I say discovered, but he brought it to certain people's attention. And those people didn't know that Dynamis was a thing. So it just goes to show you that there could be other things out there in the cosmos that the ancients didn't know about. That's what I'm trying to argue here. It's like there could be something out there that they were researching, they were concerned about, and now maybe we have to deal with it ourselves. So that's going to be interesting as well. That's going to be interesting. So yeah, I'm very excited. Yeah, I feel this new saga is going to unveil what Azem was up to during the final days, possibly after the final days as well. Yeah. I'm excited. I'm very, very excited. Very, very excited. Who here has seen the Evercold trailer? Has anyone here not seen the Evercold trailer yet? Anybody still in the dark about Evercold? Miro, you haven't seen Evercold? Sim saw the trailer. When it comes to Dawntrail, Epic said the biggest complaint is we only explored half of the continent. Also, I wonder if we'll meet a proper NTS. Yeah, I wanted a Canada part of the northern part. I wanted to have like a proper raccoon. Hey, Tiamat. Welcome in. You saw it? Yeah. I saw the trailer, says Miro. Okay. Also hope the writers take the time to point out that the Warrior of Light is not Azem. We're not the person. The Warrior of Light is their own person making their own choices. Well, that's another very important thing, is that we're rejoined. So it's very possible that another sundered shard of Azem ends up fighting us. That'd be interesting, like an extended Warrior of Darkness, you know, arc. Azem as an archetype has me thinking of the Wise Fool. He interacts with all the other archetypes, but he is never subordinate to any of them. Exactly, Wooly. I 110% agree with you. There's something about Azem that reminds me of like Matt Smith's take on Doctor Who. This person who's smiling and laughing and just having fun, but deep down underneath, they're wise, capable, and sad, right? They carry a lot of pain and history with them. Pre-sundering and post-sundering. Like Wukong? Maybe. We've already been. Have not seen Evercold. Saw the trailer. Wooly, did you see the Evercold trailer? I'm just wondering if Wooly has seen it. I would not be surprised if Emmy has not seen it, because Emmy, don't watch it anyway, Emmy. Don't take the time to watch it anyway. I'm just thinking of Luffy now. Yeah. Luffy could be another one, possibly. Yeah. What did you think, Wooly? Did you like the vibe or no? He definitely is. Yeah, I think the wise fool that Wooly talks about is what allows us to follow the... We are not Azim. I think Jonathan is very correct in pointing this out and reiterating it again. We are not Azim, but it makes sense why we make the decisions that we make in the game because of the journey of what we are becoming more and more. We won't see the full trailer until FanFest JP. Yeah, that's true. I was thinking more of the vibe, but it's fine if you don't want to commit. Yeah, you like the trailer? Okay, yeah. The vibe is pretty cool. We have common values with SM. Yeah, I don't think we are SM, but I think because we are an archetype of that type, we will do things that are specific to SM. And this is why I personally don't think choice in FF14 is ever, will ever, or should ever be a thing. Flavor, sure. Actual choice, no. Because I think SM is an archetype. There are some players out there who don't want to help people. They think it's lame to be helping people. Especially helping people all the time. They want their warrior of light to be tortured and internally torn up and all of that stuff. And I'm not saying that desire to enjoy that kind of archetype or that kind of character is wrong. I'm not suggesting that. But for Final Fantasy XIV is not designed narratively to let you create for yourself and then a highly individualized, psychologically realized warrior of light. Found the first bit most interesting. The rest looks good, but due to it being partial trailer, yeah, we need to rate. I mean that we are a reincarnation of an ancient. We'll be able to tap into the aspects of reality only Azim could touch, no one else can. Camp? Yeah. We got to see Estinian use a dropkick. I was happy. Yeah. I think there are some stories that you read that are choose your own adventures. And there's some stories that you read where you have to accept the path that the author set out for you. And you will either like it or you won't like it. And that's how it is. And I think the idea that our Azim is willing to help people regardless, or listen to people, or work with certain people, call on people, act in a team, all of these types of multi-class, all of these things I think point to an archetype that the Warrior of Light fulfills and becomes more and more. Bring on the Ysael reflection. Yeah, it's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting. I think the art for the new world looks really beautiful. I'm there for the Viking aspect. In Canada, in the north of Canada, we have an old Viking village because the Vikings actually reached Newfoundland before they got to Canada, before Christopher Columbus and Jacques Cartier reached North America. So We have a Viking settlement called Lans au Meadow. It's in Newfoundland. I don't know if any of you have heard it. It's like an old Viking area. And this is what one of the houses looks like. Let me show it to you. This is in Newfoundland, by the way. So when I saw the trailer and the conceptual art, this immediately stood out to me. Even in RPGs with more room to define your character, you're still bound to the story unless you refuse to play the game. Yeah, that's a good point, Willie. Yeah. Oh, I went and watched the trailer. It looks pretty cool. And I like the weird extended tricorn floppy head at the end. People told me that Viking settlement was found on the moon. I would not be shocked. Vikings get to Canada. Shit, it's cold here as well. Yeah. So this is I guess a leftover piece of the Viking ruins in Canada. And when I saw some of the pictures from the concept art for Evercold, that's what I thought of. Like, this is what it looks like. Very cool. Very hype. Yeah, the Vikings got everywhere. People are like, ah, they made it here as well? Damn. But anyway, I think we got pretty much everybody in here. Imagine that is a reconstruction. Clearly AI, there is no snow. It could be a reconstruction. It could be. I haven't physically ever been there, I'm going to be honest. It takes a little while to get out to Newfoundland from where I am at. But yeah. Yeah, Tiamat. Because I think most of this would be made out of wood, right? Wood would rot away and shit. So, yeah. I think you can go to this site and see the original ruins, and then they have, like, reconstructed buildings. But like I said, I can't wait. Can't wait for a Viking-themed zone to have black people. Well, black people will certainly be visiting when the players show up. Very cool looking ruins. Makes me want to maybe travel to Newfoundland. Oh yeah. Who knows? We'll see. We shall see. But all that aside, we're going to get started. Because I think like I said, I think we got most of everybody who I was expecting in here. And I'm super excited. I actually cannot wait. So I'm just going to pump the music just a little bit. Let me know if it's too loud. And see what Graha says. Warm fare thee wells can ease the sting of partings as we come to terms with an absence not soon forgotten. To tell those we hold dear what they've meant to us and to wish them the best, we should seize that chance whensoever we can. Wow, Graha sounds like he's gonna die. What should we... They found wooden Viking settlements in South America's southernmost point. What? What should we call our Newfoundland? Including a dog that was buried that came straight from Sweden. That is crazy. Those Vikings got everywhere. Holy moly. Take care, Miro. Rest up. Good luck with the appointment tomorrow. Alright, we're going to go. I'm clicking on Cryle. Cryle has a wistful glint in her eye. Let's see. Oh shit, I just clicked through Cryle's dialogue. Yikes. I have no idea what was said there. I must admit my thoughts often drift to the Mist Continent and our stay in Treno. It was heartening to see the Malala prosper despite the odds, and my own flesh and blood strive in that levin-racked landscape. Sveen was eager to restore diplomatic relations, and I have no doubt that Alexandria will provide much-needed support for their neighbor. I too shall do everything I can to aid my home away from home. My wonderful, welcoming family included. Yes, that's right. So last time, 7.4, we met Cryle's aunt. Biological aunt. And then she had this short, tiny period of should I stay, should I go? But she decided to stay and continue work with the Baldesian Annex. For the time being, though, I'd say we've accomplished all within our power. Yeah. I suppose that just leaves the matter of preservation's research. It is yet unclear how Calyx learned the techniques he used to summon his Dark Primal. And there is likewise much that remains unknown about the key. Let us hope that Shale's efforts bear more fruit. Can you hear me? Shale and I have been reviewing the decrypted files and have uncovered some intriguing details. Would you care to join us? We'll be with you right away. Excellent. Shale seems rather eager to speak with you all. Come and find us in the Deutero lab when you're ready. Uncanny timing indeed. It's like we are playing an MMO. Let's make for the containment complex. Oh, yes, the events. Wait, northern people, can you have a chat with Father Winter and tell him his underlings forgot to leave the Middle East? What? What's wrong with a little long-lasting winter? Okay, I'm gonna just check. I don't think I have the event tab. I don't think I have the event tab present, but we'll just assume that I've not missed out anything like crazy. We'll just assume. Wait a minute. Oh, never mind. It's up here. Let's see. I wish I could hide, again, the dialogue window in cutscenes. I only ever need it for one missed line. Am I retarded? Okay. I thought there was a way. I think you can hide it again, Sim. We'll try it. Heading for the containment complex, right this way. Let's go. All right. I'm pretty sure there's a way to show it and then hide it again, Sim. Pretty sure. Given that all the data is stored within electrode devices, Shale's expertise has proven invaluable.
Ah, you're just in time for a progress report. The decryption is finally complete. As we suspected, the data represents a partial record of Preservation's research documents. A quick scan of the files, however, failed to turn up the information Y'shtola was after.
Indeed. No mention of the Ascians, or primal summoning techniques for that matter. While Calyx doubtless received instruction from someone possessed of such knowledge, there was naught to identify this benevolent mentor. I am, however, pleased to say that we found several reports concerning the key.
We know the key is used to open paths between worlds, and was a treasured relic of the Milala. And just as the Milala were unable to return after reaching the Mist Continent, so too was Preservation unable to gain a mastery of the prize which had passed into their possession. The data suggests that a particular formula or procedure is required. A process which Calyx appears to have understood to some degree. Yet the key proved fickle. Perfectly replicating conditions was no guarantee of success. And even when they did manage to generate a modest portal, the destination was never the one they expected. The reports practically screamed their frustration, describing the experience as being dragged around by a traveler picking roads without rhyme or reason. Serves them right, I say.
After much trial and error, Preservation began to experiment with external actuation devices for the key. Striving to maintain a stable pathway to a chosen location, they conceived of the technology that forms the gate to the Golden City.
So, their tribulations ultimately afforded them control of the key, albeit in a limited capacity, which, of course, explains why they were able to instruct Zoralja in its use.
Yeah, Jonathan Bailey is returned. Yay.
Thus enabling the unprecedented feat of transferring Everkeep and its environs to the source. After the Endless Fiend took the key unto herself, she opened pathways to other reflections in her hunt for ether, did she not?
The Milala merely used it to facilitate their exodus. To think what the key has now wrought in different hands.
For all we know, the actuation device augmented the key's power beyond its intended scope. Were your goal to plunder whole worlds of their ether, a tool designed to simply transfer people would likely be insufficient.
Shale, I don't suppose you would be able to remove the actuation device?
The machine made for that very purpose is still functional, thankfully. It shouldn't be a problem.
What do you think? We don't even know how the key works. If the device is somehow interfering or amplifying its capabilities, I believe we ought to remove it.
I knew it was weirdly voiced. I was like, where's my beloved Graha's voice? It was weird. AF.
Give me a moment.
Just because it came out of nowhere. If they had explained this is going to be the new voice from now on, I'd be like, oh, okay. But for most of it, I was like gaslighting myself. But like, oh, wait, what? Uh-oh. Opening Pandora's box. Is that... What is that? Do you think that's made of like a white auracite of some kind? It has an Ascian look to it. Or am I just hard coping?
My word.
It looks Amaratine? Yeah.
Ishtola?
This is the first time I've beheld the key in all its unobscured glory.
Uh-huh.
The sheer density is extraordinary. 'Tis akin to the structures we saw beneath the Tempest.
Okay, it's Amaratine. Confirmed! Amarat confirmed.
Now that you mention it, the ornamentation is reminiscent of Amarat.
Yeah, it's Art Deco.
Have you noticed anything since the key has been in your possession?
I've been possessed by a demon. It looks like my crystal. It reminds me of Adsam's crystal. What?
You're suggesting the key has some connection with Azam. A plausible theory, although one we are yet unequipped to prove.
Well, we could just, like, put them out beside each other, see what happens.
My apologies.
You think it's white auracite too? Yeah. Very ancient in look. 100% love Art Deco.
Hello?
Yeah, I love it.
Yes, this is Cryo speaking.
Oh. Hold. Can I make him flex? Ish. Yes. Using the Manderville emote.
That was Ojika with a message for us.
Eh?
An urgent matter?
I'm not altogether sure.
Uh-oh.
Tataru requires our counsel, and hoped to call upon us in person at the Baldessian
Wait, auracite
Annex.
is manufactured? So just
Though
auracite?
disappointed we were not present, she
Interesting.
appeared content to wait until our travels brought us back to Sharlayan, insisting that it did not merit our immediate summons.
But now it merits?
Her tone suggested otherwise, however, and Ojika felt compelled to contact us directly.
Okay.
Mayhap the time has come for another journey across the salt.
Well, you can get in a boat. I'm gonna take Aetheryte travel.
You'd best go. Though I'll not deny that I'll be sad to see you leave.
GG, Shale.
Oh, Shale. I can't even begin to thank you for all you've done. We will be forever indebted to you and your Oblivion colleagues.
Am I
The
going to
debt is
take the key?
ours. We'll never forget the sacrifices you've made for us, for Alexandria. In the meantime, I shall keep sifting through the data. You'll hear as soon as I find anything of note.
Would love to have Shale as a tech sign. Oh, yeah, I don't care either
Actually,
way.
I should like to stay here a little longer, if you don't mind.
Oh, your Stoll's gonna stay?
You are most welcome.
And might I borrow the key for a while? I wish to study it further. With the utmost care, I assure you.
Okay.
Well
Okay.
then, shall we be off? Ojika will be expecting us.
It's probably something similar to the Heart of Sabik, which is also Aura Sight. Yeah. Trail to the Heavens. So, Yashtol's going to stay behind, presumably carry on work to unlock path to a shard. And then my colleagues will be just as saddened by your departure until we meet again. Safe journeys. Given that preservation could not unlock the secrets of the key, it should come as no surprise that we too struggle to find its nature. In any event, do give Tataru my regards when you see her. I ought to mention that we also uncovered information unrelated to the key. According to Shale, certain confidential reports are not accessible via devices in the Researcher's Commons and the Director's Office. You might wish to peruse the files before you depart for Charlayan. No. Wait 1 second. I'm not gonna go straight. Okay, let's see. Five Dora-ish. Cutscenes with Lala Alzin are one more reason to remove the Lalaphone. I don't care. I personally, if I had to choose a body to inhabit, a Lala or an Aura, I would choose a Lala. I think Aura run animations and Aura body shapes are ugly. Examine the data tablet. Memory duplication. It's well known that the Alexandrian royal family promulgated a number of fundamental principles governing endless research. There was a strict prohibition on memory duplication. They sought to revise this prohibition, make one key exception, Queen Sphene. The decision was ultimately made to equip her endless counterpart with Tiara variant regulator. Okay. It was Master Calyx who objected most strenuously to this proposal. And the as a vessel is to be modified and experimented upon should circumstance require it. Memory, however, was sacrosanct and inviolable, the very essence of life and person. Oh, I feel like I've read this before. Okay, this is a story about Kryle's parents doing what they did. Okay, I feel like I saw that one already. Yoshi P is ignoring my emails. Yeah. Well, it's not even just the run animation. I actually think Aura hips look... I don't like their waist-hip ratio. I feel like we read all of this stuff. I can always come back in here. Let's go to Charlene. I think underneath Aura, I think Hrothgar, to me, are not my favorite. I think Hrothgar at the bottom for me, then Aura, then Lala, and then Hyur, Elizin, and Catboy are toward the Bun people, or toward the top. Wait a minute. Who is this? Sarah. Oh. Okay. Kryl says, I thought it best to hear what Ojika has to say ere we meet with Tataru. I do hope she is well. Oh dear, curse me that I've neglected to bring gifts from Tural. Considering the extra work they've had to handle my absence, I dare say I owe them a veritable mountain of snacks at the very least. Graha worrying about souvenirs. Welcome back, and what a pleasure it is to see you too, Nico. Thank you for contacting us, Ojika. We came as soon as we could. Of course, I felt it prudent, given how troubled Tataru was. Your concern is much appreciated. As it so happens, we'd reached a convenient juncture in our investigation. Shale and Y'shtola have matters well in hand, leaving us free to make this trip. It's a relief to hear. Now let me fetch Tataru for you. Why don't you take a moment to relax in the main hall? I'm sure you're all still fatigued from your journey. Why not? Okay. My crazy long journey by Aetheryte. Only now it is beginning to feel like we've actually returned. Such fond memories within these four walls. Given how frequently Tataru is away on business these days, 'tis a small miracle we're in the same place at the same time. Yeah, she has her boutique she's launching. A whole bunch of stuff.
Planning your next journey?
Oh no, just reminiscing. Thinking back to when you bought this map, and how you all encouraged me to make the voyage to Tural.
Are you glad you did?
As if you need ask. Welcome back.
Wonderful to see you again, Tataru.
I'm so glad you're here.
Yeah. Now?
Ojika contacted us. He intimated that you were rather concerned. Come to think of it, Alphino said he and Alize would pay you a visit upon their return. Have you not seen them?
Oh no, they were here. I was regaled with many a tale of your Turali adventures. It was only once they departed for Garlemord that the rumors came to my attention. Rather alarmingly, void-sent sightings seem to be on the rise across the star. I was reluctant to bother you with mere hearsay, especially when you had more pressing matters to contend with. But earlier I received a confidential report from the Grand Company of Eorzea. It's as if a mighty dam has been breached, flooding the land with foul creatures. For a blessing, most nations have managed to keep the invaders in check, and casualties appear to be minimal thus far. Though the same cannot be said for those regions with a deeper connection to the void. Their fissures continue to manifest without end, putting countless innocents in danger.
A deeper connection to the void. Garlemald is the home of the Reapers, is it not?
It is. Alphino and Alizé were there when the trouble began, and have since sent word that the situation has taken a dreadful turn.
Interesting. Okay. What could be causing it to increase? Unless there's like a thinning between worlds? Oh, there's Euless! Yay, Euless!
Thus concludes the abridged account of our time in Tural. Now I shall leave you with the words of the late Dawn servant, Galul Jajar. Ignorance begets strife. Understanding begets fellowship. A notion that rings true for Eorzeans no less than it does for the diverse peoples of Tuliolal.
And for Garleans as well. Even sharing something as simple as a local dish can pave avenues of understanding. It's up to all of us to forge new bonds, together.
Yeah, stop believing your government's old propaganda. Start talking to Eorzeans and give us all a shot.
Thank you for sharing your tale.
Yay, Euless!
Better they hear it firsthand than endure my clumsy retelling. Your words give me hope that we might achieve something similar here in Garlemald.
We all have the capacity to affect change. Our time in Tural taught us that much.
Yep. We also
And now
learned
that
it
we've
in Endwalker
returned,
too.
It's time we rolled up our sleeves and got back to work.
Yep.
I've already sent missives to the other nations, informing them of our Alexandrian friends. I also intend to notify the Garlean community officially. If both sides are amenable to the proposition, we shall gladly assist in establishing diplomatic relations with Alexandria and Tuliolal.
With some, Wooly, but not with all of them. That's the point. You have to give everybody a
you.
chance.
But are you sure you've recovered from your journey? It sounded like you've hardly had time to catch your breath.
Nope. They're ready.
Sir!
Uh-oh.
Lapis Manalis is overrun with void scent.
Uh-oh.
We've sustained heavy civilian casualties.
What?
Clutium Squadron reporting in. We're under attack. Void scent appeared out of nowhere and ambushed us during a routine inspection. Damn it. Is that another fissure? Oh, no, no, no! Ah!
Uh-oh.
My comrades are under attack. We have to do something.
There's no time to lose. Come on!
The Garlean community is ill-equipped to defend themselves against such a threat. Even with the aid of the twins and the Ilzabard contingent, they face daunting odds.
We shall leave for Garlemald immediately.
Thank you. I was able to contact Thancred and Urianger too. They're already on their way. With any luck, you'll be able to rendezvous with them on arrival.
I think the point that is being made is that you have to give everyone a chance to state what they want to state. There's tons of times, I'm sure even in our Discord, where someone shared something with you about an opinion that they had and you didn't agree with it. But it still is important to give that person a shot to say what they think. Even if you think what they said was rude or ignorant or annoying, it's still important to have dialogue with people. If you don't dialogue with people you disagree with, you end up in a safe space, lacking resilience, unable to deal with people disagreeing with you at all. You end up a snowflake, essentially. So I do think there is something to be said for taking an opportunity to dialogue with people and get people's point of view, even if you might not agree with it in the end. I don't believe we've seen Thancred and Urianger since our battle with the Endless Fiend, have we? They too must have returned here at some point. Clearly we made the right decision to come to Sharlan, though I dearly wish the circumstances of our return were not so grave. I've been told Alphino and Alice have withdrawn to Tertium to request aid on the front lines. They seemed intent on rejoining the battle once reinforcements were ready, but I shall tell them to wait until you arrive. Okay. Sorry to send you packing so soon after your homecoming, but Garlemald desperately needs your aid. Okay, Graha. Graha Tia wears a pensive expression. Just like that, we find ourselves faced with another emergency. Fortunately, there is yet time for us to make a difference. Let us make haste for Tertium. Okay. Okay. Have dialogue with people has become code for relitigate the same issues so the current orthodoxy remains. It might have become code for that for some people, but it doesn't have to be code for that for all people, Wooly. I prefer not to assign malice to the intentions of how people say something, unless it's very clear to me that it's malicious and disingenuous. I think I saw too much of people purposefully misconstruing the intent behind people's words in university. It left me feeling very reluctant, just because that's what left-wing people did at uni, was to just assume the worst of the individual. So let's say an individual said, hey, I think we shouldn't you know, I think we should be polite, for example. They would be like, oh, you're just, you know, giving into the status quo of the blah, blah, blah people who have oppressed us for so long. It's like, no, we're just talking about, you know, allowing for dialogue and having change. And then you have right-wingers on the other side who pretend to be oppressed when people require basic etiquette of them. Basic social etiquette. I think both sides do it. I don't like it. I think I think there's nothing wrong with listening to somebody's take on something, and to you can't critique woke people for wanting to have safe spaces and not wanting to hear differing senses of differing opinions, and then you yourself do that. It's a double standard. Urianger. Well met, my friend. Now let us hearken unto Alphino's words. It's been far too long, Nico. Thank you for coming at such short notice. I'm glad you're here. I wonder... Wait a minute. Is Ysera Vex here in the chat? Ah, Nico. You've made it in time.
You picked a frosty spot for a reunion.
Hey. Thancred. Been smoking
Tatara
lately?
sent word that you were coming. Full glad am I to see you all. Though I'm afraid this is no time for pleasantries. Planar fissures have opened up across Garlemald, inundating the region with void scent. As far as we can ascertain, there are 2 focal points of their assault. The Ilzabard contingent are combating the threat in Lapis Manalis. Although they have suffered casualties, they appear to have the upper hand.
As well they should. The many talented Uldan thaumaturges among them should be more than capable of closing any fissures they encounter.
Which leaves the second focal point, the Clutium. Eulus and the Garlean community are attempting to mount a counterattack, but are struggling to cope with the sheer number of voidsent.
I was saying that
They've
name a
fallen
bit
back to
differently
the
in my
north of the
head.
Imperial Palace.
Lol.
Can you lend your aid in securing the area?
Yeah, sure. Let's go into dungeon. Dungeon time.
With your blessing, I would tend to the wounded returning from battle.
Of course, Kryl. Thank you. The quickest route from here to the front is via the train tracks. Once we arrive, we can support the Garlean forces as we make for the fissure in the munitions factory.
We're saying that name. Yeah, I was going to say Clitium because I would assume that they didn't want to say Clitium. But yeah. Yeah. All right. Is it over here? Oh, it is. Interesting. Krau's not going. I often thought that if I had been more adept in tending to the wounded of Sushinine, perhaps not so many would have been lost. I shall do my utmost to see that I do not look back on this battle with regret. I guess you'll just, like, fight alongside us. In these frosty climes, the weather is as much an adversary as any voidsent. We ought not to tarry. We ought not tarry. I've seen to my preparations. I suggest we sally forth ere the cold winds sap our strength. I can't say I have your knack for dispatching void scent, but our time in Troll gave me many opportunities to hone my skills you shan't find me wanting. The Clitium, or Clutium, once supplied the Imperial Army with all matters of munitions and war machina. Like many such facilities, I'm told it had fallen to ruin in the wake of the Empire's collapse. Even with Magitech's support, the Garleans are struggling to beat back the Void Scent. We must join them as soon as possible. Okay. So, obviously, I'm not taking LSA.
I stand ever ready.
Hell no.
Our fates are not yet sealed.
Yeah. Okay. Dungeon here. Oh! So the tower still has red aether coming out of it. Riage is underdressed. Why aren't you wearing your coat from before? Okay. Visitant persona.
If I may.
Yay! Epic is going to be free soon. I think some of you guys are still at work, right? Wooly's still at work. I'm betting. I could be wrong.
If I may.
My turn.
Okay, let's go. Well, he's at work as usual. Yeah. How has work been, Wooly? Same old, same old? The stars shall grant me succor?
If I may.
It's interesting. Graha's job icon is Black Mage. They just keep coming? Oh, look at this. Oh man. This is so cool. Okay. Pretty chill overall. That's good. Willie, you said earlier that it's winter still in the Middle East. Like,
You're a sight for sore eyes.
do you mean that it's like super cold? Or like just raining a lot? Alright. Oh.
Might. Behold the heavens' brilliance! Behold the heavens' brilliance!
If I may?
Pushing the AI to its limit here. But it can handle it.
If I may?
Yeah, night temps are still sub 10 Celsius and daytime is barely scratching. Oh, damn. Yeah, that is cold for you poor people. It still gets cold here. Hey, Euless! Pure Novanus.
Things from here. Take care.
Oh, we can ignore that. All right. I think it gets cold at night here, but during the day it's getting a little bit warmer. No snow, just a lot of rain, fog. Eye of the Scorpion. Your world is forfeit. Okay.
Behold the heavens' brilliance!
Okay, what's gonna happen? What's happening? Okay, beware the eye. Okay. Oh shit. Damn it. Whoa. Okay, okay, okay. I'll have to pop sprint. Can I cast spells? Nope. Okay. All right. That's fun. Can't even auto attack. So you kind of have to choose, like, do I want to end my spell casting in this section, or do I want to just get it over and done with? Like, should you try to evade the movement detection thing first? Get it out of the way? Or... oops, like what I just did here. Where I did it in the middle of I procced Phoenix without thinking. Oh well, it wasn't Phoenix. Technically it was Bahamut, but you know what I mean. Zero Death channel. Agency in my FF14 combat. Okay. Oh man, I don't know. I'm a sucker for cold biomes. I just like them. Oh! Oh my goodness! Such devastation was their intention. Oh! Oh! Liquid! Help me!
Together we shall overcome this.
If I may.
They're getting ready for the evolved mode. Lol. Pretty straightforward so far with the mobs. But we'll see what happens with the bosses. I know Jonathan's at work as well. Hope work goes well, Jonathan. We have Epic coming off of work. Ooh. Oh, look at that frozen ice. Hello, everybody. Uh-oh. Never gelled with changes to the class, so as of Dawntrail switched my main DPS job to Machinist. I've been happy with Summoner so far. I'm not a major gamer. I'm not looking for massive amounts of challenge. I'm gonna be frank. So taking away the dot was like, it was whatever. It didn't make me unhappy with the job. Yeah, Graha, take care of yourself. Goodness me. Yeah, I didn't really have beef at lack of dots or the changes. I actually remember Summoner before the dots. I wasn't as good back then. I think now I could handle the dots better, but whether they bring dots back or not, or whatever they do, I'm just curious, right? I'm not attempting to be too hyped and like toxically positive, but neither am I really interested in being a doomer for the sake of just dooming. I'm gonna wait and see before I start having opinions. I think people who make opinions before getting all of the facts, I think are, I don't know, unwise. So I'm just gonna wait and see what happens before I, if I think there's, yeah. If I think things are going to shit, I'll say it. But, so far I haven't. Oh! Oh. Okay. That's a big boy.
Behold the heavens' brilliance!
More the loss of pet management. Well, once again, I actually dislike how Hunter works in Guild Wars 2 and World of Warcraft. Yeah. I don't like too much management. Oof, I died. If Evolve takes away directionals, I'll be happy as hell. That's not how content creation works, Chieko. You gotta doom post when you have little or no information. I'm gonna wait before I doom post, okay? If I get upset, I'll let everybody know. Fear not. You watch me get upset over the wrong thing. People are like, no, that's not what you're supposed to get upset over. I don't like jobs to get too fussy. I'm gonna be frank. I don't have a lot of faith in my ability to adapt well. So if it gets too fussy, then I can't play it. I'm not that good of a gamer. Damn it! During my Ifrit phase. Ouch. Okay. This is where I died. Oh my lord. Fucking wasted my Bahamut phase. Okay. Just focusing because we're almost to the end and I don't want to die right at the end. Hyper focusing here. Okay, okay. Dragoon seems to have gained a third directional. Yeah, I think most pet classes split attention to an uncomfortable degree to some. Having your character power split grates into some. Pet management is the best thing since indoor plumbing. You are correct, Willie. I think pet management is also very skill based. I think if you're a cautious, uncertain gamer, it can be very anxiety inducing, but for people who like a challenge, I think managing pets is really fun. I don't doubt it. I don't doubt it. It might also have to do with how you manage your pets as well. I think as soon as you get into like having to place something down physically, especially if they aim to increase the craziness of the fights, it would make summoning more challenging for me. So Chort is the best boss name we've had in a while. It's just so fitting. It reminds me of like a Pokemon name. It's not surprising pet classes get the short end of the stick. True. If anything, BST should improve pet jobs going forward. Possibly. Yeah, it also depends on how the pet management looks. Some pet management is just very difficult, but some isn't. Could just be how it's done, you know? But we'll see. We'll see what Evolve Mode does. Could be good, could be bad. I'm curious. I'm very curious. But we won't know until the day arrives.
The stars shall grant thee succor.
I was talking with somebody, it might have been Ben, and I was explaining how usually if I play a game and there are different classes, I almost always go for summoning. So in PoE 2, I tried out the minion build and I loved it. In Divinity Original Sin, I played a summoner and I had totems everywhere coming out of the wazoo. In Eve Echoes, I played a drone carrier, which is basically the space version of a summoner. You're just managing drones. So I've always enjoyed summoning, and I didn't mind it in the earlier phases of Final Fantasy XIV, like the Shadowbringers era. But I was not as good at it. When they simplified Summoner, it became easier for me to handle, and I was able to have my class fantasy. So if they put a dot on it, and if they if they returned back to some light pet management, I wouldn't be averse to it. But I would suck at it, and I'd probably destroy people on the party finder for the first, you know, couple months, half a year. Because I don't like healing when I play MSQ for the first time. I don't like going into instances. We're not going to do anything about that? We're not going to try to close it? Okay. Alrighty. I don't mind pet classes mechanically. I just like having my class power split off from me. That's fair. Yeah, that's fair. I think it comes down to taste. It comes down to taste. For sure. It's like the feel of it, the thought of it, the fantasy of it, right? Some fantasies appeal more to one person than another. That's another thing too. Like, for me, I like the idea of summoning things and having them fight for me. But I also appreciated how Summoner made playing 14 easy for me for my first go-through on content. It made it less stressful, so that I could learn the fights without having to worry too much about what's going on with the buttons. And then later on I can go in as a healer or whatever and feel more confident. But maybe that's what the solo system is for, right? And so they could make things more difficult and then have the solo system be there as a way to, you know, slowly gain confidence with the mechanics, and then you can go into regular content with normal people and do it that way, right? Oh, goodness me. That's a voice. That's like the mouth of Sauron. Oh, good. Oh, they got hands. Holy shit. Okay. Ouch, I snapshotted on that.
Now for something different.
What's an interesting animation?
Time to pull the string.
What? Oh no. Shit. Damn it. Oh, what is that? Okay. An outside hotbar? You are true. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that is true. Ranger and Guild Wars 2 mostly has you choosing a behavior type. Yeah. I remember there was an additional thing, though, I didn't like about Guild Wars 2. I forget what it was, though. My core class fantasy is the Dragon Age 2 cinematic of Mage Hawk as versus the Kunari Warlord. Certainly the Warlock and his demons, the Ranger and his Bear Wolf, or the Wizard and his Golem element, well-known archetypes. Oh yeah, that's a good point, Wooly. Yeah, they are all technically management of some kind, right? All right. Gotta pay attention, folks. I'm gonna pull close on this one because he's got some. That's another thing. Summoner is not as mobile as people think it is. At least it's not mobile enough for me.
Carry out my will. Now for something different. Time to pull the string.
Uh-oh. Okay. They're running around, so... Okay. Oh boy. Oh no! Oh no! Shit! I'm so gra- I nearly killed my best boy! Ah! Rip! Poor Raha. Just trying to do his best. Okay, I'm gonna heal myself. Damn it.
Time to pull the string.
And yeah, second bone stack. Actually, Stressu desu. I got it. Second time. Only one death. 2 attempts only. Not bad. Not bad. For the final boss. Not counting whatever happened earlier. Safe driving, Epic. Okay. I wonder if the Void Scent will talk to us. Let's see. Maybe they'll explain what's going on here. Let's see.
I think that's all of them.
Should we be turning our back on the...
We need but seal the fissure to prevent further ingress.
It's over.
I
can only imagine the extent of the damage were it not for your aid. On behalf of the Garlean community, I thank you for all you've done for my people, for my home.
He's not dead yet, folks.
I shall close the fissure post-haste.
He's not...
If you do that, I will be trapped here.
What?
You risked your life in vanquishing the creature. Would you at least let me bear the burden of deciding its fate?
Wait a minute, what? Wait, what? I'm confused. What's happening? Why are we letting you list? Wait. Oh boy. What's going on here? Is Euless going to become a Reaper? Lamau.
You want to go back? To the Void? Your kind have entered this realm before. Some seeking death that they might rejoin the life stream. But you would choose that dark, deathless place?
The wind is fresh and pure, untouched by darkness. Perhaps it won't be a blessing to meet my end in such a place. But I cannot yet bear to part with the Void. If only the winds would blow there, as they do here. I long to return, to see my home unsullied, as it once was.
I mean, we've already talked about trying to fix the 13th. What we need to do is take some of the light from the first
pain all too well.
and ship it to the 13th. First to 13th. But don't come out again, bro.
If that is your wish, you must forsake this aggression. Go back to the Void and devote yourself to its restoration.
What are you doing over here then? You dumbass.
I have a friend, Zero, who hails from your home. She and her companions strive to bring light into the Void from another world blighted with imbalance.
Yeah.
I hear their efforts have already met with some success. One day, they'll drive the darkness from the void. I'm sure of it.
That's true. Gaia and Reen and Zero.
This form is imbued with the will of all those I've consumed. We shall return to our world and seek out this Zero. Then we shall see if there is truth in your words.
She won't disappoint you. That much I guarantee.
So does that close all the other small ones then?
Bravo! I think Zero will approve.
Oh,
Indeed, that was truly heartening to see.
Understanding begets fellowship, right? I thought I might lead by example.
Well then, shall we head back?
I wonder if we'll get light to the first from the first. Like, we started to discuss it in the previous patches. Like, I'm wondering if at some point we're going to get light on the 13th. Euless was quick to put our words, or rather those of the Dawn server, into practice. Yes. You have my heartfelt appreciation. Without your intervention, I've no doubt the casualties would have been far greater. Void Scent not only absorbed the ether of those they consume, but their thoughts as well. With such a legion of minds at their disposal, one hopes they prove a capable ally for Zero. With the Clutium's fissures sealed, I dare say the Void Scent incursion is at an end. Yeah, but why did it happen everywhere? That boy's come a long way. All credit to Zero for nudging him in the right direction. Yeah, but we don't know why it happened. Reports have begun trickling in. By all accounts, the Ilsabard contingent was successful in containing the threat on their front. Were Void Scent to attack in such numbers, just as we're finding our feet, I daren't imagine the consequences had you not provided such timely aid. On behalf of my comrades, thank you. Thank you all. But yeah, but why did they do it in the first place? What caused them to do it? Anybody asking? Okay. Something weighs heavy on Thancred's mind. Like, why did this even happen?
The Ilsabard contingent have contained the threat on their front. Things appear to be under control for the time being. Though it remains unclear why the fissures opened up in the first place. According to Tataru, similar ruptures are occurring across the star.
One thing is clear, however. The phenomenon is not without pattern.
Okay.
The tendency for fissures to emerge is pronounced in regions deeply connected to the void. Places where the barrier between the two worlds is at its thinnest.
So it's thinning further? Uh-oh.
I fear there may be a place in far greater peril than Garlemald.
The moon?
Though it hath since been sealed, you will recall there is a great void gate that we ourselves had cause to open.
Oh, he's worried about the
Loporrits. A gate which was
Loporrits.
instrumental in our bid to reunite Vritra with his sister and put an end to Golbez's dark plot.
Yep. Yeah, that one. That big one.
Oh gods. The moon.
Yeah. Yep. So we are going to the moon.
With our attention fixed upon planar fissures, I failed to consider this vulnerability.
Well, we were a bit busy in a dungeon,
All other
Uri.
paths unto the void are but pinpricks in the veil compared to that great lunar rift.
Okay, but we sealed it, no?
And that rift might be yawning open as we speak. We'd better hurry.
Let us make for Bestway's burrow. I dare say the Loporrits are well aware of current events.
We ought to have Kryl join us once she finishes tending to the wounded. I shall likewise contact Y'shtola. Her knowledge of the Moon's Void Gate is second to none.
A number of my fellow Garleans now call Mare Lamentorum home. Alphino, Alize, please see they come to no harm.
We'll be back before you know it.
A quick word, if you will.
Okay.
I'm not sure whether you'll run into Zero during the course of all this, but if you do, would you give this to her?
Lapel.
Emergency rations, in case of a protracted battle. Can't imagine she's eating all that well in the void. She likes dumplings.
ULS/0 OTP. Very cute. I'll give it to your girlfriend. No fear. Uh-oh, the Loporrits are panicking.
We're doomed! Doomed, I say!
Given thy panicked state, I presume the Loporrits too are beset with void scent.
Yep.
Oh, what sweet relief it is to see you all!
Okay.
Yes, void scent. And lots of them. They suddenly came pouring forth from the crater.
Yeah, just like we predicted.
I had dearly hoped to find my worries unfounded.
Are we going to see Loporrit death? That would be fascinating.
For some unknown reason, the void gate seems to have partially opened. Living Ray dashed off to activate the Brams and halt the Fiend's invasion. But she hasn't come back, and we've since lost contact.
Living Way becomes Deathing Way.
I suggest we make for the Brands without delay.
Yeah. The Void Scent aren't demons in, like, our understanding of the word demon. They're not pure evil, having made a one-time conscious decision to be evil, and hitherto are evil. It's not... They aren't demonic in the biblical sense of the term. They were seen as demonic because, you know, poor communication. And, of course, people are also evil. But that's not to be confused with demons. Ooh! What do we have here? A Living Way. Caught up... Nope. A beleaguered Loporrit. Okay, let's go in. Living Way becoming Deathing Way. So, I don't know if this may come as a surprise to people, but within my top 5 favorite... My top 5 favorite zones, one of them is the moon. I genuinely love the moon. And most of it rides on the music. I genuinely love the music. Yeah. Dying way. So is this living way, or is this just a random Loporrit? My valiant savior, I was so frightened I dared not move an elm. Yeah, where's living way? Oh, you're looking for living way. I think I saw her heading southwest toward the drowning brand. She had several slaughter bots in tow, but I worry they won't be enough for all the void scent. You better hurry. Okay. Oh, living way is alive. Okay. Eating. The slaughter bots don't look so good. They need some milk. Let's see what happens here.
Oh, I'm saved! I dread to think what would have befallen me if you hadn't intervened. Oh, I was never in any real danger, of course. I knew you would realize our plight and rush to our rescue.
Okay.
Atharius is likewise plagued with void scent. If only we'd prioritized further development of the void scent slaughter bots, we could have stemmed the tide ourselves. Oh, what a tremendous demonstration that would have been. Irrefutable proof that I was mankind's staunchest ally and the greatest Loporrit to ever live. I can practically taste the praise.
How about we focus on dealing with the void scent issue?
Fortunately, I was able to activate the brands. Should any more void scent emerge from the gate, they ought to be confined to the crater. Unless, of course, the void gate begins to expand of its own accord, or some gargantuan monstrosity tries to barge through, I don't foresee any major problems. Oh, nope. We're doomed.
There you are.
Wait, Y'shtola's here. What?
I left the data in Shale's capable hands and teleported here as soon as I heard.
Okay.
And ere you ask, I made sure to bring the key with me.
Okay.
Then the real threat yet awaits us.
Are we gonna jump in?
'Tis Gorbez's domain beyond the Void Gate.
Yeah, but I'm not too worried. Into the butthole.
I wonder how he and Zero are faring.
What? What's happening? The gift of ethos. The gift of ethos. Yours is a journey without end, conceived and guided by principle. Okay. Was ethos or Azim's original hold fast to what you must and meet your fate without fear? Go forth, discover, unite the stars into one. Let none bar your path. What? They're headed your way. Let them come. What? Just go. Go, 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 go. Ooh, okay. Oh no. Pulls out book.
What are you doing here?
She is so cool. A visit felt long overdue. Don't go towards the light. Runs toward the light. I'm on the Rainbow Bridge, kids!
Only you could be so carefree amidst all this. May as well make yourself useful. The gate's sheer size appears to have made it a tempting target.
Enuo, a dread void scent risen from the benighted depths of the ocean. They kept to the confines of their domain while Zeromus endured. No longer, it would seem. And once they had discovered a path to the Red Moon, they wasted no time in making the journey.
Okay. I guess there's a trial?
Leave the void scent nearby to us. You take care of Enuo.
Okay. Sorry, Wooly, I went toward the light. I took the
Facing
path.
this many foes calls for a more familiar approach.
Yeah. Whoa.
Void scent can change their form at will. Both light and darkness are mine to wield. Besides, what better to purge darkness from the void than darkness itself?
I actually like her voice actress. I like her voice. I'm summoning champions from beyond the rift.
Who dares face me? A mere mortal.
Kind of.
Hast thou come in search of power? Renown? I fight to end this world without end. All who stand before me shall fall.
Is this music from another game? From another Final Fantasy? The Unmaking. Is anyone else feeling that they're in like a 2010s club? Ooh. We're on Kraken, which may have been a mistake. But we can see. We can see. The wall weeper is a fake out. Yeah, it's probably referencing you guys can't see it, but in the game, Epic said, "There I was, minding my business when a light beckoned me over." I wonder if this is music from like another FF game. Okay. We got us three. I wonder what the... We might have to relocate, folks. Alas. But we're gonna try. We're gonna try it. Let's see if... No. Just gonna check one more thing. If it's an FF5 secret super boss? Oh. Okay. Okay. We're gonna go into the Unmaking. And we're just going to see how... What the wait is for that. Less than 5 minutes, guys. I'm just going to temporarily turn this down. It's still fairly new. Yeah. Calm thy chuny tendencies. I actually don't know the word chuny. What does that mean? Chuny. Meaning. Pretending to have a dark, edgy, or mysterious past. Wearing eye patches or bandages to hide forbidden powers. It's crazy how Wooly's vocabulary is littered with Zoomer references. Or is it an older thing. I've never heard of that before. This is a fun one. It's fast-paced, but telegraphs nicely. Oh, okay. Well, we'll see. I actually have to start farming the extreme version tomorrow until I get the wings. Oh. Okay. I see. Well, good luck with the extreme grinding. This music is definitely high-powered. It's an anime trope? Yeah, not one that I was familiar with. Chuni is weeb speak? Yeah. There's some things I know, but not that one. Like, I know tsundere, you know, obviously some other stuff. But not that one. Pretty cool boss design as well. Well, let's get nice and personal with this. He feels very old school, right? Like, very mono coded. The texture on his feet are crazy. Very thick. Maybe 2D Amano art from 5? Maybe. I can take a look. Annual Final Fantasy images from Final Fantasy 5. Oh, wow. They got him pretty close, actually. I'm impressed. That's pretty cool. Something interesting Epic is pointing out is that, like light and dark are opposite, lightning and cold are on opposite ends of the aether spectrum. And I wonder, since I like my magic math, I wonder if that will play a part. Yeah, so just like dark is used to balance out light, lightning could be used to balance out cold and vice versa. So we could potentially either reunite two worlds into one and save both of them from being, you know, wiped, or pour aether imbalance from one into the other and vice versa to like balance out both and save everybody. Nice of him to wait patiently for his ass whooping. Yeah. He's just chilling here. Yeah. That'd be cool, Reva. Ben never got to finish 5. Party actually just cleared Final Fantasy 1. She's working on Final Fantasy 2 now. She enjoyed her excursion into Final Fantasy 1. We were laughing over killing Chaos. I told her about the I'm going to kill Chaos. Do you guys remember that? What was that game's name? Stranger Than Paradise? Stranger of Paradise? I thought she was stuck in fantasy life. I don't know. I guess she's taking a break, or she cleared it. Yes, it is very interesting that the end of the Evercold trailer has the Warrior of Light facing off against a cloud of incoming lightning in the ice expansion. It does make you wonder if there's more going on. Obviously, there's more going on in Evercold than we think right now, right? Obviously. So it would be interesting if there was lightning and Stranger of Paradise. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Wasn't that the one with the meme? I'm gonna kill chaos. If only there was a world flooded with lightning. Wait. Yeah. So we have 2 of the DPS, 2 of the tanks. I'm just gonna check Party Finder. We had 4 DPS and 2 tanks, but I guess grabbing healers is more difficult. We'll wait a couple more minutes, and then worst comes to worst, we'll all jet to Lamia. Or we could go to Riva's homeworld. Yeah, we're using diametrically opposed elemental imbalances. The 8th and 11th would be wind and earth. Interesting. It depends on how they want to go with the lore for each of the, you know, like each of the sources and stuff. So we'll see. Yeah. Let's see. We're at 9 minutes. We lost a tank, gained a DPS. What do you say we go to Marlborough, where Riva's from? Does roulette pop a bit faster at on your data center? Epic? Soon we won't have to worry about this, but for now. Okay, we're back to 2 tanks. 3 DPS. I wish my abilities to heal and learn mechanics was better, because then I would just run healer all the time. Going into content first time as a healer for me feels a bit scary. Not gonna lie. I don't know. Okay. Let's go over to Lamia. It's now 11 minutes, so I feel like at this stage, I think it's okay, I'm gonna withdraw us. I'm gonna disband our party. Sorry, folks. I'm gonna hop over to Lamia. Try it out. Oh. You know, Wooly, I don't mind healing blind with if there was just friends who might give me a chance and not get salty, but I don't wanna ruin other people's fun times in the game. So I'd rather not take the risk. I need to usually, if I'm going to run with people who aren't, you know, closer to me, it's better to like not ruin their run. Of course, they could be better and kind of like compensate for me, but yeah. Okay. I'll see you on the other side, Epic. I'll look for you. Ben, let me know. We'll try on Primal. We could have gone to Aether as well, or Crystal, but let's try Primal. Primal might be a bit better. Wow, it's busy. Lamia's popping off. Okay, so Ben's here. I'm just gonna wait for Riva. Is Limsa still AFK Central? Here, I'll run around in case you're watching the screen. You can see here. It seems like there's a lot of people chilling. Some of them are in party finders waiting. It's looking a bit busier. There was a tiny bit of a queue getting in. Not too much, but you know, like... Okay. We're gonna try it here, guys. But we're gonna just wait. I think Ben said 1 sec, so we're just gonna wait for Ben. It does look like there's a lot of people here. Some of them look like they're in parties, but you can see there's some AFK symbols. There's some AFK symbols. Yeah, there does seem to be people here. Like, things look a little busier here now. Not that Primal probably felt the dip as much, but Dynamis is, you know, a newer server, so you can definitely feel if there's like a player population dip. It does look like there's more people, which is great. It's good. I think a lot of people saw the Evercold stuff and want to prepare themselves and be there for it when it lands. So, yeah. Okay, Ben says he's okay. Let's try it again. Okay, it says less than 5 minutes. So let's see. So we've been to the moon. We've seen Y'shtola. We've seen the Loporrits. We've seen Zero. We have not seen movement. Okay, so we have not seen movement of light going from the first to the third. But we are seeing that there is like a thinning. Once again, it's not apparent to me why is that thinning happening. Like, I don't think they've really fully asked that question yet or answered it. So, I don't know. I'm not sure. Trying to think. What else? Okay, so we got all the DPS and a tank already, so it is filling up. What else? We've not seen Reen or Gaia. We've not yet seen Calyx or Halmarut. We did see a weird interaction between our crystal. We did see a weird interaction with our crystal. We walked on a Bifrost path. I wonder why it was made that way. Like, if Azim made it, why was it made that way, to interact that way? So Epic said, in Shadowbringers, what I was saying earlier, Urianger shared his revelation that, unlike the source, the reflections interact with ether as if it is color theory, hence why Umbra is light outside the source. Since they have gone as far as to remind us that Zero took in light from the source, I wonder if that color theory will return. The fact that you can hold lightning, depending on where you are standing, that same lightning is either umbral or astral. Yeah, I wonder if it will help with certain characters, maybe bringing in that balancing, or if it will be us as I'm like shiny things. Yeah, I guess. Wow, the bit music is strong with this one. Okay.
All who dare oppose me shall quake before the silken dark.
Okay.
Perish. Be still.
Uh-oh.
Accept your downfall.
Should I? I don't know if I was kiting that correctly, but I don't think I killed anybody, so I'll take it.
Doth the yawning rift not tempt you?
Okay. What? Oh. Okay. What? Okay. Oh, wow. Okay. They really increased the floor on this one. Ah! Damn it. It was probably me. I probably just killed the whole party there. Rip. I probably should have ran faster.
Shall quake before the silken dark. mine to wield. Perish. Be still. Accept your downfall.
Sorry, everybody. I'm kind of focused on not being dead.
Doth the yawning rift not tempt you?
Oh no. Damn it. No, I got there. Asm is a dragon confirmed. Okay. DPS phase. Okay. Run to freedom. I do like this. I like this a lot. This is genuinely cool.
Now to deal with NOL.
Life and death rendered meaningless.
Oh no! 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 No, more no. Okay. Very, very Lovecraftian.
Light, protect us.
Oh, paladin moment. How cool.
I will not yield my domain.
Ooh, purple paladin.
Such is the power of the void.
What are we doing? Just standing here? We can't target, can we? Oh my goodness, somebody just died. I'm not gonna ask how. Oh, okay.
Shall never cease to be. absolute. The Void's power is mine to wield. Thus did all boundaries cease to be. Behold the truth of this world! Accept your downfall.
Okay. That person was kind of not wise, but who am I to judge?
Doth the yawning rift not tempt you? Be still.
Oh, damn it. I died. Is this my first death in this poll? I think so.
Perish.
Okay.
Doth the yawning rift not tempt you? Be still. Thus did all boundaries cease to be.
Oh. LB3 went out. Oh.
The Void's power is mine to wield.
Oh my gosh, that was...
They must.
I'm just glad I wasn't a healer. I'm glad for everybody's sake. Is he going to go into a crystal? Ooh! Will we echo off of it? Ooh, I hope we pick it up. I hope we can echo off of it. That was a very cool boss. We had some great healers. We had some awesome healers. And Riva is in G-pose. Enuo's reign is at an end. It's over. Well, that was tough. I died once in the second pool. I died once or twice in the first. Pretty intense. But I'm just gonna pop out and okay, it's closed. Oh. Oh, it's Y'shtola's familiar.
I'm glad you came. We would have struggled to face Enuo alone. I presume you journeyed here to prevent more void scent from passing through the gate?
No, I stepped into like this weird crystal thing.
With Enuo defeated,
and then I walked on a road.
There are none left in this realm who pose a serious threat. I dare say the problem is resolved.
Have you heard of Malphus? Alas, void scent have been emerging from fissures across the source. What do you know of it?
Cause for alarm indeed. Tell us more.
They've been appearing everywhere. Some of them are interested in fixing their world.
Wasn't limited to the Void Gate. For better or worse, precious little has changed in the 13th since the Romus fell. Have you noticed anything unusual?
I know not the reason events have unfolded this way, but there is, perhaps, an explanation as to why the Void Gate and the fissures opened.
Okay.
Here, in my domain, even the slightest change is keenly felt. When the gate opened, I sensed not the workings of some external force. Rather, it felt as if the barrier between our worlds was weakening naturally, moment by moment, until the two came to meet.
Okay.
And you think this weakening could be happening elsewhere?
'Tis a possibility.
What of Razatan and Garlemald?
They're fine for now.
Eulus took mercy upon the interloper.
Oh, and he sent you dumplings, but I ate them.
Whether Void Scent or Garlean, we all share the same longing for home. Should we meet, I will gladly offer them aid. Please tell Eulus as much. Wait, how exactly did you get here? No mortal could traverse the Void Gate in its current state.
I got a amp up to my Azim crystal. My Azim crystal has its own little gate now.
And this path of yours is still there. I cannot see it.
Only I can see it. Yes, thank you, Epic. I like raiding with Epic.
Nor does it reveal itself to me. Perhaps the path serves only the key bearer.
New gimmick, Asm Gates. Yeah. Very helpful. A great MacGuffin to have for plot purposes.
So it is not a means to travel freely back and forth. A pity. I would have liked to see my friends again.
Oh, but I have dumplings. Imagine finding out your crush is with a hunk like Golbez while you're in the ice, malnourished. Now seems an opportune time to give Zero the parcel Euless prepared for her. Okay. That key of yours intrigues me. Had my former self known of its existence, I might have sought different means to reach the source. Something for me? A paper parcel full of still warm dumplings packed with care by Euless. Here's your dumplings. That smell food, is it? Euless sent them. He wants you to have the dumplings, Bish. Oh, I recall Euless speaking of the dumplings his mother used to make. Thank you for the parcel and the fond memories. There's more than enough to share with Golbez. Now that he forgoes the ether of others, I'm sure he'll appreciate the sustenance. I sometimes wonder what the void would be like if culinary traditions flourished here once more, whether it would suffice to break the cycle of mutual consumption. Heartening thought, if nothing else. Yeah, good luck with that. Doesn't look like there's a sun around here. Zero has something to discuss with us. Until our battle earlier, I hadn't called upon darkness in some time. In truth, I find light a better fit these days. Ever since you left, we've been roaming the void in search of individuals who would join our cause. Although we return to the Red Moon after sensing Enuo's presence, rarely do we linger in a single location. However, if the interloper you spoke of does intend to seek me out, it might be wise to return to my domain. Why don't you join us? With Enuo defeated, the source should be in no immediate danger. Sure. Good. We'll wait for you by the crater. I would love if they share the gate walking with others. I mean, Y'shtola's going to figure out a way, Epic, right? She has to get back to her man. I presume you remember traveling by Nisrock? Once we reach the surface, the creature will convey us to my domain. There's a teleporter situated between here and the center of the moon. I used it to travel to the surface in days long past, though I seldom had need once my generals were in place. Igioram herself crafted the device, that I may lay low the servant of light. Ironic that we now use it, seeking to restore light to the void. Yeah. Forgive my idle reminiscence. This time we've made our descent. Yeah. Let's just descend. Let's go. Oh, okay. There are many in this domain who still fear me. I shall remain here to avoid needless provocation. Though it's not always so, many who live here now have chosen to do so because they support the cause. Indeed, if our numbers continue to grow, we may require more territory. Thankfully, we were able to harness the residual ether from Barbaricia's domain. Those reserves will enable me to expand mine as the need arises. Right, we had best prepare for a potential guest. Join me in my abode when you are ready. Imagine being the woman toying with of all the Makote Y'shtola's scratching post. Okay, I'm gonna pause right here for a second. Go bio, I shall return. BRB. Listen to gentle music. Okay, I'm back. Apologies, everybody. All right. How's it going? Talk to everybody? Okay. I'll talk to everybody. Okay. All right. I'm going to talk to everyone. Apologies if this feels slow to people, but I want to see it all. That must be Golbez. I would gladly consume his ether if I stood the slightest chance of not being gobbled up first. Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh, there's our good friend. Amiable. Ever since she brought you to this domain, our numbers have swelled. We grow tired of conflict. Yeah. Come to your senses, have you? I waited an eternity for Zeromus to save this world, but my faith was misplaced. In the end, it was Zero who brought us hope. She is the reason I keep coming back here day after day. Okay. Oh, there's the flower people. Empty-eyed void scent. Leave me be. Okay. Zero is amazing. Truly, Golbez is equal in every sense. Okay. All right. Squid-headed Voidsent. Oh, this was the bro that was wrapped up in the cult. How are you faring, mortal? I've been training to alter my form just like Zero. I'll be the very essence of beauty. Just you wait and see. Okay. Good luck. All right. Who do we got over here? We got a Hektai. We got this bro. Okay. Oh, there's another Hektai. Take care, Wooly. Good luck at work. Thanks for hanging out. Golbez is even stronger than Barbaricia was. I thought it best to keep out of his way. That said, Farfarello tells me Golbez isn't so frightening these days. Perhaps he absorbed the will of someone less terrifying? Or he might be changing. He might be changing. The man may be changing his mind. Like, these were people once, right? These were the souls of people. Well, I appear to have made a complete recovery after the ignominy of starving to death. Maybe my fellow Voidsent here can be trusted. Okay. Noted. I love the music here, by the way. Oh, Troy. Troy, manservant. No longer will I partake of the ether of other beings, not even if I shrivel and starve. Okay. There's a Hektai. I don't think I've missed anybody yet. I think I got everybody. Imagine you remember these, the transmitters we used to receive light from the first. If memory serves, they work by channeling excess ether left in the wake of the flood into the Crystal Tower. Using the tower's crossed-rift travel capabilities, light is then conveyed onto the 13th and into these devices. I have a mind to use them now, but they'll need to be set in an elevated location. Your assistance would be greatly appreciated. Okay. Okay. Here we go. Let's see what happens. The compact contraption facilitates the flow of ether when used in conjunction with other identical devices.
Upon activation, these transmitters will shine with light from beyond, sent courtesy of our ever-watchful friends. They will serve as beacons in the dark for those that would seek me out.
Oh, okay. Okay. So Malphus can join us. Oh, here we go. The beacons of Gondor are lit. Gondor calls for aid. Oh, here comes Malphus.
I did not expect to see you here.
I am Zero, and this is my domain. 'Tis a safe haven for those who abhor conflict. Among those gathered here, many aspire to restore this world to how it once was.
Such a thing is possible.
Indeed. Though how long the endeavor will take, I cannot say. But for those of us abandoned by death itself, what do we have but time to try, and try again?
Well, yeah, that's... They're just people who have... I view the Void as like Alcoholics Anonymous. Everyone here is some form of an addict, and they all have to get rehabilitated. Oh, Malphus is joining.
And you shall have mine.
Well, we got one less major entity entering our world. It would seem Ulysses' intervention has helped forge a new bond. Thank you for bringing word to me. I gather you'll head home rather than later? No. Okay, so... for time's sake... Oop. Is there a specific person I should talk to? It seems like they are the same as before. The spider guy. Talk to the big spider guy. Malphus. Okay. Here he is. Perhaps I shall use my abilities to assemble a dwelling in this domain. Okay. Empty-eyed void scent? Leave me be. Spider. Squid-headed. Hungry void scent? Not a spider? Hecti? Am I missing a section of this thing? Oh. Oh, I see. Right. New housing district on the 13th. Yeah, I mean, that could mean that there could be a hub city on the 13th at some point in the future. That's true. Would seem Ulysses' intervention has helped forge a new bond. Thank you for bringing word to me. Gather you'll head home sooner rather than later? Yes. Let us return to the Red Moon. I'm sure you won't begrudge me a proper farewell.
Would you deliver a message to Ulysses for me?
Okay.
Tell him that we're making progress towards rebuilding our home. And I hope that he is too.
Okay.
Enuo's Memoria will be safe here.
Okay.
The crystal containing Zeromus has been passed on to our allies in the First. If Enuo's Memoria might serve them in restoring their world, we shall likewise consider its transfer.
How much simpler it would be to aid one another in our respective fights, were it not for these boundaries between us.
Oh, odd that you say
Safe
that.
Travels, my friend.
Odd that you say that.
We take comfort in
We're
the
trying to
knowledge
fix
that
that.
you're out there fighting too, wherever you may be.
Bye. So they can't see Azim's circle. Interesting.
No luck, I'm afraid. It appears he's not in Mare Lamentorum.
They're looking for me. I wonder if they also couldn't see the gateway. He's like, where's my beautiful partner? Oh, hey, folks.
Wait. Is that...
Hey. I'm back. I wonder if they couldn't see, like, the result of the
God,
interaction.
You had us worried. You suddenly disappeared. We didn't know what to think.
I followed the Azim Bridge. There was a portal. I went through the portal. There was a bridge. And I got a bit of an echo.
Shortly after you vanished, the Void-Sent incursion abruptly ended. We surmised you had a hand in that, but never did it cross our minds that you were fighting alongside Zero and Golbez.
This golden path you said you traversed wasn't visible to us
Yeah,
either.
there you go. I called it. They can't see it.
Nor did we hear a voice. Ethos. Might this be the key's true name?
While many mysteries remain, for now, I am glad to learn the state of affairs in the 13th. Golbez's suspicion that the barrier twixt worlds has begun to weaken. 'Twould certainly explain the surge in fissures manifesting in the source.
Yet what could be behind such a phenomenon?
The wintering. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Wintering. Winterers. Wintering in the hallway.
And who might you be? Not a void scent, I'd wager.
Yeah, not just anyone's walking on the moon, I'm guessing. She pulls down her red mask.
Greetings.
Hello.
I am Helmarut of the Asians.
Yeah. It's a convocation.
We are your sworn foes, I know. But on this occasion, will you not put away your arms? I wish only to talk.
Convocation, eh?
Thank you for affording me a chance.
Bereft of the Unsundered, we were under the impression you and yours no longer had cause to continue your activities.
Yeah, she's probably
But you
not
should reveal
rejoining.
yourself at this juncture. I assume you are the one who bestowed Calyx with the knowledge of summoning and the reflections.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes, that is correct.
Was it necessary to reveal my present form as well?
Calyx. So he succeeded in transferring his memories after all.
Oh, man. Although, I don't hate Calyx. I like Calyx. I'm okay if he's around for a bit. He's grown on me.
Be at ease. Even were I to occupy a combat-oriented vessel, I would not have the ability to defeat you.
Okay, he knows now.
You destroyed my plan, my life's work. I have naught to replace it, nor will I ever regain what I once had.
Okay, he's a pragmatist. Can we get a Calyx minion?
If you wish to speak, Helmarut, will you not tell us what it is that you hope to accomplish?
She's worried about the weakening. The wintering.
As you know, our star Aetheris was sundered into 4 and 10 shards in the time of the Ancients.
Okay, okay.
As the will of the star, Hydaelyn perpetuated this unnatural division for millennia. And in the wake of her passing, nature has begun to reassert itself. As a wound knits itself together, the star seeks to become whole once more.
Okay, yeah. All right,
Yes.
that makes sense.
It seeks to rejoin with all of its shards.
So in a sense, what Emmett Salk and his bros were trying to do was simply hurrying
Unlike
the natural
one we
order of
Asians
things.
attempted to orchestrate, however, the star's rejoining will afford mankind no special treatment.
Okay. Yep. By
All
mankind,
life and
she means
matter
the
will
Source
be
people.
condensed into a single whole and remade for a new beginning. A complete rebirth.
But this will also destroy people on the Source.
Aetheris will return to the way it once was. Hundreds of millions of years past. To a quiet and peaceful time. Long before the light of mankind was kindled.
Okay, yep. But that's not great. That's not good.
Supposing for a moment we believe you. How can you possibly know all this?
I'm a scientist. Asm told me.
It is an inevitability that I have foreseen since time immemorial. A future that awaits should creation be freed from the influence of Hydaelyn and Zodiark. The star is tolerant to life. It holds no grudges, and neither rages nor weeps for being sundered.
Okay.
Yet by the same token, it is indifferent to life's survival.
Yeah.
No amount of devastation and death can compel it to stop the wheels of creation from turning.
Yeah, it's not like Meteon, who was a psychological trauma wound. It's not like
Earth shakes,
the Paragons or
mountains
us.
Spew fire.
It's a force.
Floods wash away the fruits of labor, and
Yeah.
icy winds freeze and starve.
Yeah.
Countless perish as nature runs its course.
Yeah, you gotta respect it, for sure.
So many seeds of life have already been lost. Yet in spite of this, people continue to believe that the morrow will come. But it will not. For nothing lies beyond the solstice, when all creation is reunited. When that day comes, every last trace of mankind shall be erased. I cherish man's journey. Despite losing his innocence and being made to live with suffering, he has forged ever onward. Strong, even as he is weak, his is a proud tale in the history of the star.
Wow. Strong as he is, even as he is
It would be a
weak.
shame for that tale to end. For all to wither and die, when some might yet survive. Would you not agree?
Yes.
If a natural rejoining doth lead unto the solstice, then thine intent is to preemptively rejoin the worlds.
Oh, I see where this is going. Oh.
Correct. It was for this very purpose that Halmarut recruited suitable collaborators from the Reflections.
Okay.
Individuals like me, who would willingly doom another world in order to fulfill their aspirations. The Winterers, we are called. And if you and yours seek to protect all life, then sooner or later you shall have to contend with us.
Okay. I see where this is probably going to go.
Even if everything you claim is true, what you've done, Calyx, it's unforgivable.
Yeah.
I do not ask that you be pragmatic, nor do I seek your approval. Given your familiarity with other reflections, 'tis only natural that you are averse to our methods. But there is one irrefutable fact that you must understand. Should we take no action at all, the solstice will come, and no one will be left alive. No one. Of course, should it serve to satisfy your ambition, you are welcome to deal with the reflections as you deem fit.
Good heavens. This is all very dramatic.
Like the pariah and wanderer who satisfied his own when he brought the star to the brink of ruin to face you.
Wait!
So Xenos is dead? Or not dead? What did that mean? Okay, I think basically she's like, you're going to end up alone in the dark dead, like Xenos. But is Xenos... Did she save Xenos and she's just trying to make a point? Why even mention Xenos? How could she even know about Xenos? Finding this media is a challenge to find a better way as it is a warning? Yeah. So this is the... Okay, so this is... Before we go any further, let's just stop. We are faced with a couple things, right? We don't want rejoining because rejoining equals killing all people and reflections. But we also don't want solstice because solstice will destroy all reflections and the source. So that's kind of where we're at right now. So what would be what would be the trying to think, what would be the answer? Number one, just try to rescue all souls and take all people in a mass exodus to the source. But that would destroy the world. No more Lahi. Number two, try to set up a fake rejoining where the worlds are rejoined but not really rejoined. Kind of like what Alexandria did. What does everybody else think? Or should I just keep playing? Grahatia says, to think that individuals of Calix's ilk or worse exist on other shards. You will have to forgive me, I'm still coming to terms with it all. Hammerut can't be speaking the truth, can she? Yishtola. Though I'm tempted to dismiss a preemptive rejoining as an utterly absurd solution, her words are not to be taken lightly. Trust the Ascians to be plotting something utterly reprehensible. The Ascians once labored to resurrect Zodiac and bring back those who rendered up their lives to summon him. For the sake of those who now live, we fought tirelessly to oppose them. If Helmut doth truly seek a rejoining to avert the solstice, to ensure some survive when others all would perish, otherwise all would perish, then our interests are not so disparate. Okay, Urianger is going, okay, yes, but hear me out. I can see her point. I think for me, this really shows that there is, to a certain degree, still an ongoing issue, right, with Vinaz's solution. And this is going to have to be dealt with regardless of what. It's going to have to be dealt with regardless of what we wanted before. We're going to have to come up with a third solution. There you are. One moment you were standing before me, and the next you'd vanished into thin air. Thanks to you all, the Voidsent have been eradicated, and the gate lies sealed once more. There's been nary a peep from the crater. Though I can't help but notice if none of you seem to share my enthusiasm. Is something wrong? Bro, we all fucked. We're all gonna die. The star seeks to become whole? But that's preposterous. As far as I'm aware, Heideland made no mention of a natural rejoining. I had to consult the records to be certain. But not before thanking you for dispatching the Voidsent so handily. You well and truly saved the day. Here's the thing, though. Just because Vinod didn't mention it, doesn't mean that it wasn't happening. Vinod could not have known. Or she could have known and figured that Azim would fix it. Okay, let's keep going. Alphino continues to grapple with Helmarut's disclosure. The implications of the solstice and winter schemes, as well as our approach moving forward, will take time to consider. To that end, I believe we should gather and speak in person, and by we, I mean all our fellow scions. For a change of pace, why don't we convene at the Rising Stones? I'm sure Tataru and the others would be happy to meet us there. A fine idea. In many ways, our return is long overdue. No doubt we could all use some respite after Garlemald, but I trust there are no objections. Nope, let's go. Let's talk. To settle then, to the Rising Stones. I think we'll go option 2 in some way, either something like Alexander, or perhaps connect the source shards in a manner that halts the process. Yeah. I think it's going to be a fake rejoining. And they're going to rejoin, but not fully rejoin. Just so that we can keep Lahi and Amarang and all the places that we love. If they destroy Ilmeg, party will come for them. Okay, let's see. Who's in here? Any of the B team? No? Alas. Okay, Alice saying, at times like this, the company of friends is all the more precious. Kryl saying, there is much more to take care of in Garlemald, even after tending to the wounded. I shall be sure to share a full report with Ojika. It feels like a lifetime ago I first set foot within these walls. Though given we've all experienced a lifetime's worth of triumphs and tribulations in the interim, perhaps that is only natural. 'Tis a pity my stay in Tyrrell came to such an abrupt end. I should like to make arrangements to remain in touch with Shale. Since leaving for Tyrrell, we've been almost constantly on the move. It feels good to put my feet up in familiar stamping grounds. In spite of time's vicissitudes, some things endure. The sanctuary is surely among them. Nary a thing has changed since we last gathered here. No doubt Tataru is chiefly responsible for the prevailing state of tidiness. Speaking of whom, she and a great many of her comrades are en route. Let us wait for them a while longer. Okay, let's see. Excited? Are we going to see the B team?
Long it hath been since last we gathered here. Though our order's dissolution was indeed in name only, thereafter we did largely operate independent of one another. All of which is to say, full glad am I to stand in such esteemed company once more.
Apologies for our delay. We're reporting for duty, as bid.
This is everyone that we could round up on short notice. The others are still en route. Estinian alone we weren't able to make contact with, but we're working on it.
No doubt his link pearl is buried at the bottom of his bag.
Estinian has my energy for real.
We least expected.
Now, as much as I'd like to savor our reunion, Tataru tells us there have been developments. Will you apprise us of the details? The Winterers and the Solstice.
The veracity of Halmarut's claims remains unclear. Yet it cannot be denied that, in his bid to convert the living into endless, Calyx was privy to knowledge of the reflections and more.
And the Winterers are formed of others, like him.
In light of the recent Voidsent incursions, I believe it would be wise to treat the Solstice as a genuine threat. The problem is how to deal with it.
Both the Source and the Reflections are home to irreplaceable life. I would protect them all if I could. But if doing so means ushering in complete annihilation, then what can we possibly do?
I wonder, was Hydaelyn aware of the solstice?
Given that we had no knowledge of it when you journeyed to Elpis, you couldn't have warned Venar. So it is entirely possible she was unaware. But in the course of sustaining the Sundered Star, she may have glimpsed this eventuality.
I think she knew and chose to trust in us. I think she was like, Azim will figure it out.
So she believed that we could overcome this trial as well. Or rather, that the choice was ours to make.
Yeah, we weren't. We're the people who are going to live or die.
It is we who must find the answer. We who live in the here and now.
Yeah. This does not belong to any ancient horning in deciding for us.
Perhaps we could take a recess? Oh, I dare say everyone could use a rest.
Everyone's in shell shock.
Indeed. We have ample food for thought, and it would be good to catch each other up.
Ere I forget, Heron, I believe you should keep the key, Ethos, in your possession. After all, it seems that is one mystery I'm not destined to unravel.
She knows that she can't really see it. Like, she can see the force of the ether, but she can't see the gate. So, I mean, like, what's the point at that point? I will say this. It comes back to this. You can rescue all of the people, just the people, maybe some animals, right? But that doesn't save the actual world, their actual homes, the beautiful places that they live in. So while number 1 is an option, I would prefer we go for number 2 and try to save whole zones so that we don't lose zones. And just the fact that it's an MMO and FF14 has never done beyond the 1.0 fiasco. Final Fantasy 14 has worked really hard to avoid writing over zones entirely or deleting zones entirely. So I would prefer that they try. I have a sense that they're going to go with number 2 just for the sake of the game, right? They're going to figure out a way to keep all of the zones present and we will still be able to go to Amarang and Raktika and Ilmeg and the moon and all of that. Last patch thought we would solve things by connecting either streams of the source and shards to correct the disruptive flow between my now disproven theory, but said solution could still serve the solstice with some adjustments. Yeah. I suspect some form of sacrifice will have to be made. Question is how much? True. They are more likely to alter an instance than a zone. Yeah. Yeah, I don't want them to delete Amarang or Ilmeg. I'd like them to keep things a certain way. Okay, Coltene. This latest development is indeed a shock, but I'm heartened to see not a single face clouded with despair. FME. I helped repel the Voidsent incursion in Lapis Manalis. Fighting off fiend-controlled Galatea is something I won't rush to relive, but was nevertheless good training. Way to go, FME. Hori Boulder. Coltene and I had remained in Corvos to monitor the situation among the Garleans and the Corvosi. Though seldom smooth sailing, in time the region settled, and we were able to return. I understand the Garlean community has made great strides in improving relations with other peoples. Hearing that, I feel renewed zeal for resolving the issues in Corvos. Then perhaps you'd like to hear more about the Garleans' accomplishments from me and the twins. It might stoke that fire even hotter. Yeah, I mean, I would have liked to have gone to Corvos and seen Grahatia's family, but don't worry about me. I'm sure you've plenty to discuss with all these old faces. 'Twas by no means an easy decision, but as the solstice is now our paramount concern, Alice and I have opted to formally withdraw from our efforts in Garlemald. After all, anything we can do to protect our world will also serve to keep the Garleans safe. Euless and his comrades are already working toward a brighter future of their own accord. Honestly, I'm more worried about us. It's so difficult to see the path ahead, but hopefully we can get through this and return to Garlemald with our heads held high one day. Indeed, in the meantime, let us prepare a letter for Euless and the community. We mustn't let despair stay our hand. Nodding. Okay. We hardly had time to catch up with Mother and Father back in Charlayan. I hope they don't take umbrage at so brief a visit. I'm sure they will be fine. Tataru's planning to brew some tea. Clemens and Aenor. Oh, Aenor, I hoped you'd come to your senses, but I see you're still in the throes of withdrawal. The brothers are reunited, yet a distance between them persists. How cruel fate is to force me to choose. Okay. I don't know if you know this, Aenor, but the world might be exterminated to a degree. Judging by your guise, Clemens, your studies must have been productive. Oh, she's an astrologian. Indeed, I've more or less mastered the fundamental principles of Charlayan astrology. At one point, I considered exploring other healing arts, but decided to persevere with more focused training to better leverage my skills on the battlefield. I didn't think I'd be much use on a battlefield these days. I can scarcely hold my bow steady, let alone hit a target. So sorely bereft of brotherly ministrations as I am. I knew you still required constant supervision. You two haven't changed in the slightest. It makes me wonder how our colleagues that couldn't join us today are faring. Seeing the two siblings together made me think of my sisters and half-sisters. All 12 of us actually had the opportunity to gather not so long ago. Holy moly, she has 11 sisters / brothers? It sounds like it's only girls in the family, but who knows. Cryle. Hearing our comrades' tales reminds me of my efforts to master pictomancy. We've all come so far, striven so hard. Okay, wait a minute, I'll come back to you guys. Tataru is ever the considerate facilitator. Grateful am I to refrain from weighty discussions and simply converse with old friends. After Urianger and I went off on our own, we decided to spend some time exploring Zac Tyrrell. We never had the chance to visit during the Rite of Succession, you see. We journeyed east through Loazenheta before heading up the coast to the frigid northern reaches, where they revere a storied beast of the sea. The excursion only served to reinforce just how diverse Tyrrell really is. We also met with the Wallachui. Though we had not the time to study their arts at length, we were privy to several intriguing demonstrations. Would that we could have indulged our curiosity further and traveled to yet more distant lands. For better or for worse, pragmatism tempered our wanderlust. Suffice it to say, we still have plenty to see of the continent. I should very much like to return given the chance. Apparently, the landscape in the far south of Yok Tyrrell is quite unique as well. I can see why Kettenram was so enamored with the vastness of it all. The elemental imbalance sim came from encouragement from the Asians. Elements being unbalanced in the reflection sim came from Asian involvement. They encouraged elemental imbalance. They encouraged the imbalance to initiate a rejoining. But it was not a natural thing within the shards. The Dad Bros went to Fantasy Canada without us. I know. I'm horrified, shocked, dismayed. Even after discussing the revelations concerning Calyx, there is a great deal to share. 'Tis difficult to know where to begin. Unbalancing was to cause calamities. Yes. Yes. That happened in Shadowbringers, but maybe you never got to Shadowbringers. They explain it all in Shadowbringers. Unbalancing causes the calamities, helps with the rejoining. That's why Helmarut was working with the Asians. Her motivation was different from Emmett and the others. She didn't really care, probably too much, about recreating her people. She was more just concerned with, I don't want all of mankind to disappear. Oh, you did Shadowbringers. Okay. Well, now you remember. Yeah, so I think Helmarut's motivations are different from Emmett Selk, Elidibus, and Lahabria's motivations, but they both had the same end goal, so she was working with them. And essentially doing the same thing, because rejoining will avert the solstice. It has to happen on a shard and the source simultaneously for a rejoining. Just on a shard is not enough. Yeah, maybe that's what happened, Ben, with the 13th. The first one that they fucked up. Maybe they only did it on the 13th and they didn't know that they had to do it on the 1st as well. So then, like on the source. So then that's how the 13th got fucked. Einar and I were training in Gridania when Voidsent attacked the 12swood. Thankfully, we were able to fend them off with the help of the twin adders. When I heard the invasion had already spread across the star, I realized the gravity of the situation and ordered a confidential report sent to the other scions. That's why Tataru was so quickly apprised. Thanks to you, we were able to make haste for Golomold. While circumstance and duty may keep us apart, we remain bound by common purpose. Indeed, may that purpose continue to guide us now that we stand together once again. I haven't seen Hori for some time until today. Hopefully he gets a sense of the progress I've made since we last met. Okay, Tataru. Seems everyone has much and more to discuss with one another. Anyway, you're overdue for a proper break. The peace and quiet will help you think. Feel free to make yourself comfortable in Dawn's respite. Oh ho ho ho! Ho ho ho!
Of course, should it serve to satisfy your ambition, you are welcome to deal with the reflections as you deem fit. Like the pariah and wanderer who satisfied his own when he brought the star to the brink of ruin to face you.
I detest evenings such as this. Too bright, too stimulating. The mind distracted by the inconsequential. You needn't be so wary. I merely come to offer information before my departure. Helmarut and I will soon cross the rift to observe the enactment of another Winter's plan. Our destination is the fourth. A world locked in ice, whose lands are blanketed in thick clouds. In order to survive, man has fled to the skies, using great magics to establish new civilizations. I have my own designs I would see realized. Nothing more. Believe me or don't, as you like. For all I know, you lack the means to follow us anyway. What Halmarut said to you earlier. She suggested that dealing with the reflections might satisfy your ambition. But is that truly so? You have seen battles beyond counting, have defeated even the fear of death. Is there some conclusion that you seek, no matter the cost? I will share with you a truth. We Winterers each have an ambition that we wish to fulfill. To that end, we may share information with one another, but we do not necessarily share the same beliefs. Just as you and yours decried my actions, I find those of my fellows objectionable. Be that as it may, it is the culmination of our lives' works that we would bring to the world, fruits born of undying devotion, daring aspiration, and unwavering ideals. No matter how we are reviled, no matter what we must steal, our actions will be vindicated by those who abide in the future we create. In your benevolence, you may seek to save everything and everyone. But once all is consequently consigned to oblivion, your noble deeds will amount to nothing more than folly. For no living soul shall remain to judge them.
If shattered stars are doomed to mend, how turns the key to winter's end? Wow, we finished MSQ before midnight. I actually don't think... I'm rethinking how she... How she, Wait a minute. Okay, let's see. Ariage. We must needs ascertain the veracity of Helmarut's claims. I shall send word to my colleagues in Charlian. They may be able to offer us valuable insight. As the word of the mother, Mephilia conveyed the will of the star. Surely she would have known if nature itself ran counter to that will. Alpha Noah and Alice saw fit to relinquish their responsibilities in Gullimald and concentrate on the fight ahead. I shall likewise be reprising my duties as a sign wherever they may take me. Few tales of Tyrell reach Corvos even today. I'd like to hear of your adventures next time we meet. I've been making headway with my training, but I have a long way to go compared to present company. I look forward to learning from the very best again someday. You ought to let Euless know you met with Zero. I'm sure he'll wish to hear she's faring well. I wonder whose voice it was that named the key Ethos. The more we learn, the more mysteries abound. When you have a moment, I should like to hear more of your trip to the 13th. Okay. Looks like there's a lull in the conversation. This is my chance. Aenor, at least feign a little interest in your sister. This obsession has gone too far. I will continue to keep abreast of the situation in Garlemald via reports from the Ilsabard contingent. Should another crisis arise, we will not hesitate to provide our support. Sounds like you faced a tough fight in the Void. I know your instinct is to charge into the fray, but even heroes need rest. Knowing what a connection exists between the 1st and the 13th fills me with joy. The 1st, which is the closest to the source, always had light affinity. So you think that the reflections aren't in a circle, Jonathan? Okay. So let's talk. First off, I think the point that Helmarut is singing when she mentions Xenos is that Xenos had only one ambition, and he held to that ambition at the cost of everything else, and it led to him dying alone in a world all alone. And I think she's warning us that if we pursue things without care, we're going to end up dying alone in a lonely world. And Calyx repeats this warning, basically saying, whatever ambition it is that's having you, driving you, at the end of the day, if you fail, the source will be gone. There will be nobody to remember what you did, etc., etc. The only problem is like, as far as we know about Azim, with the information that we have about Azim, from the short story, from the MSQ, there's no hidden agenda yet that we know of beyond the two, helping people, having a good time. And so this is basically just the two things we know about Azim. So yeah. No, I think it was more than we're going to kill other people. I think she was saying we'll end up alone and everything will be dead. Yeah. she calls it our ambition, right? Both she and Calyx are referring to an ambition. Now, what is the ambition of Azem? As far as we know to date, there's only two ambitions. Azem has the ambition to save everybody, and Azem has the ambition to just have fun, to explore, to fight, just like live a life. But I think what she is suggesting is whatever ambition she thinks we have, if we pursue it, we are going to basically end up killing everybody, and we'll be all alone. And in Calyx's words, there will be no one left to vindicate our actions. Jonathan, I don't think that's the point, right? I'm not talking about... I'm sure that Helmuret and what I'm talking about has nothing whatsoever to do with what Xenos actually wanted, okay? We're not talking about what Xenos actually wanted. What Xenos actually wanted was to have a moment with us, and if that moment ended up being dead, alone at the end of the universe, he was happy with that, right? But in the pursuit of creating a moment of confrontation with us, he fucked over Garlemald, right? So the point of Helmuret's argument is not to determine what Xenos really wanted. That's not the point. The point is whatever he wanted, he ended up fucking over a lot of people, killing a lot of people, and then ending up dead alone. Now, I believe that's what Xenos wanted. I think Xenos wanted to have that moment with us, with his best friend, and go out while the going was good, right? That was Xenos's reason to live. It's why Endsinger couldn't get to Xenos. Endsinger couldn't even affect or crack Xenos, because Xenos had a meaning for life. He wasn't... He was causing death. He was not touched by death. He didn't give a fuck, right? So I don't think Helmuret is trying to make a statement about what Xenos wanted. Helmuret is trying to say, in the process of Xenos getting what he wanted, a whole bunch of other things happened, and then he ended up dying alone. And that's what Xenos wanted. Sure. But that may not be what we want. It kind of seemed the fact he came back after the Royal Menagerie annoyed him a bit. Yes, Ben. I think he thought that his moment in the Royal Menagerie was the peak of his experiences. So he wanted to recreate that peak, and if he died in that peak, so be it, right? I think Xenos was ready to accept whatever came, victory or death. The point, I think, is I'm more agreeing with Epic here. Xenos wanted to destroy things to get our attention, like a naughty child, acting out to get attention from his parents. And it worked to a degree, but not quite, right? Because we kept walking away in Endwalker. But I think Epic is more correct here. She meant we'd end up with the same body count as Xenos if we continue as we are. She believes that her way is the only way, and she is incorrectly likening us to Xenos. So this is where I think Helmuret is comparing us to Xenos or warning us that we will end up like Xenos if we try to do things other than her way. And Calix's little conversation is, yes, I don't like my fellow people. I think some of them are crazy and gross and I don't like them. But if you continue the way that you're going, if you're pursuing your ambitions, whatever that might be, you will end up destroying everything and no one will remember you. Yeah, he didn't care about Garlemald till Daniel convinced him to use that as a stage to re-challenge us. Yeah. Now we need to look back at how Xenos was comparing Xenos was comparing Xenos to us. Oh, yeah, I agree with the comparison that she is trying to draw with Xenos. She's saying that the path of the hero that Walt tends to walk is ignoring the reality. I don't like my teammates, but they're really good at Yu-Gi-Oh! But, guys, do you think Helmerud is entirely correct? Like, Vreetra was kind of also low-key warning us, like, the path you walk will cause people to die and stuff. So we have all of these people warning us that we are running great risks here. We're going to be taking a gamble. This time we're not just taking a gamble with our friends' lives. We're taking a gamble with the entire source, right? Helmerud just wants to save the source, even if it comes at the cost of other places. And to a degree, with Calix, for example, but the problem is Calix's presence. Calix's presence suggests that the opportunity to survive the solstice is like a ball that, you know, a bunch of cats are trying to catch or a bunch of dogs are trying to chase. It's like a target that a bunch of archers are trying to hit. And it's kind of like whoever gets to the source, rejoins their shard to the source in some kind of way, is the winner. And if that fucks the source, the original inhabitants of the source, so be it. Because they with Calix, for example, we saw him literally using Solution 9 soldiers to suck out the souls of inhabitants from Alexandria and from the source, both of them. So I think not all of the Winterers are going to care about preserving the original inhabitants of the source. The key is to get who they want safely onto the source through rejoining. Fuck the consequences. And our Warrior of Light is going to have to figure out another way. No, I think Helmerud is not telling the whole truth. When Alice confronts her about how she knows, she just says, "Trust me, bro." It leaves room to doubt her to some degree. I think we can doubt Helmerud. For example, I doubt that this is the only option, right? We can absolutely doubt that this is the only option to use going forward. Obviously, I hope players aren't just taking Helmerud at face value. We can doubt. Yeah, we can doubt the path to doing it, but we can't doubt the reality of the situation. I feel like this would be a wrong time to lie to the player narratively. No, I would put in some duplicity. I would put in some duplicity, for sure. The best way to package a lie is to surround it with a whole bunch of truth. So I would definitely put in, like, you know, a chunk of truth, but then just have, like, trust me, bro, this is the only way to do it. When obviously it's not the only way to do it. It's just the fastest way to do it, or the way that makes sense to her. Or a way that might be in her favor for a specific group of people over other people. Yeah. But I don't doubt that the solstice is real. I think that's their next big play. It feels like this is the enemy choosing to try diplomacy because combat failed. Yeah, but she could also just not have all the facts, right? Like, this whole saga is about people who don't have all the facts, right? Garleans didn't have all the facts about Eorzea. Eorzeans didn't have all the facts about Garleans. Very few people had all the facts about Tuliolol, vice versa. What does wrong mean here? Wrong as in there's no solstice coming to doom us all? No. Or wrong as in there is a way to save everyone and avoid disaster. I think if I was going to doubt anything that she says here, it is her position on how to rejoin, or her position on we should just rejoin. Whereas she challenges us, which suggests that her idea of rejoining the way that she was imagining it, there might be another path. Being wrong is believing something but being disproved. I think what Epic is trying to suggest is what part of her, what she said might be a lie or might be untrue. And I think the only part that she said that might be untrue, that's just me, this is my opinion, is that there's probably another way to deal with this beyond we know the solstice is real, right? Like, as players, we can say we know. Well, at this point in time, we can. I would say, okay, I'm going to firm up what I believe. And other people in chat can write down what they believe. Solstice, I believe, true. Solstice is happening. True. Halmarut wants the source to survive. True. Other Winterers, like Calyx, have imperfect plans. Or let's say flawed plans. Or self-serving plans. Flawed or self-serving plans. There's a difference between those two. False. Rejoining as Halmarut and the Paragons conceived is not the only path. This is where I'm sitting. I think the solstice is happening. I think Halmarut wants the source to survive. And I think other Winterers are going to come up with their own ways to deal with it. Now, we could now ask, why is the solstice happening? Is it happening because of the sundering and the planet wants to be rejoined? All we know for sure is there's a weakening happening. Ben is correct about that. But the solstice could actually be artificial, and that part could be a lie. The other thing to consider is, why did she appear and tell us? If she doesn't care what the Warrior of Light does with the shards, there isn't a point of informing us. There is a possibility, Jonathan, because she refers to Azim, or refers to us as Sama. It is possible that she is hoping against hope that Azim comes up with something. Like, she might be thinking, I don't know the answer, but maybe I can challenge Azim's, future incarnation to come up with something, because Azim is that crazy. And by now, she must have known what happened with everything, right? She went out and got Xenos' scythe. So this means she must have heard about what happened at the edge of the universe. She's probably been to Ultima Thule by now. So there's a very high chance that she's like, okay, this person's the real deal. In regards to her lying, given what we know, if we look at her statement, where would the lie be? Each Winterer is dedicated to finding a way to save their own realm while saving the information. And from both her and Calyx, we know that all of these methods require dooming a portion of that realm to save the remaining portion. Yeah, I think the only lie would be that the weakening that is happening is because the planet wants to be together. I'm more leaning more to believing her on this point. This makes sense to me. I think she is not lying. That's why I put it up here, right? Or I put the solstice is happening up here. But I personally think that the solstice is happening because of the sundering. But I could see some people playing devil's advocate, saying that we don't know if this is as natural as she's positioning it to be. How natural is the solstice? Really? I think it's completely natural. I don't think she's lying about that. I think the only thing that concerns us is proving that there's another way. That's it. And she challenged us. That's it. So I'm not super concerned about her lying to us, because if she is lying to us and we go to the 4th, we'll figure out really quickly if the solstice is natural or not natural, right? This is something that we will probably confirm very easily. So I'm not too worried. I personally think she's not lying. This makes sense, right? This makes complete sense. It's a mirror to what happened in the last arc. The writers in Final Fantasy XIV love mirrors, right? They love juxtaposing oppositional characters and oppositional events, right? They like irony. So I personally think that after spending 10 years stopping the source from rejoining, We are now going to spend the next 10 years figuring out how to rejoin everything safely and then rejoining them. That's what I do think will happen. And along the way, as we rejoin stuff, it is possible that people will be hurt. The only thing is, like, if we want to make the Warrior of Light go through like a hurt comfort moment or a dark moment, I wonder what that could look like in this kind of setup. I wonder what that could look like in that kind of setup. What would you consider being so much worse? That the person doing soul mischief would say it's distasteful. Sorry, Epic, can you clarify that question? Here are the ashes of your friend. If I gave you his worth in ether, will you trade me? Also, Calyx, some of my friends are into some weird stuff. It makes me wonder what the other people are like if Calyx thinks that they're weird. Or he could be lying. Once again, he could just be putting them in a bad light to appear amenable to us. But I wouldn't doubt that some of the other Winterers are crazy. They'll only permit self-sacrifice, either of the Wool or their allies. Wool wants to sacrifice, the allies want to sacrifice to save them from sacrifice. Yeah. I think you are correct, Sim. This is generally a feel-good MMO. But as we were talking, they could take it interesting places if they wanted to. What do you mean? Can you clarify still, Epic? Why are you talking about chaos gods? Looking to sack Urianger. They're already planning his replacement with Clemens. Don't say that to Party, she'll quit the game. Put Calyx on the spectrum morality. He thought he was doing was better than what other people were doing. Okay. Right. I don't know if he's... I don't think he was saying he was necessarily doing things that were better than the others. He's saying he just disagrees with what the others are doing. I don't know if that's the same thing. I think what he was... I read it. He was saying, if you think I'm bad, wait till you see what some of the others are like. They're crazy. But he could be lying. Anyone doing what he did required a fucked up mindset in the first place? Yeah, that's what I'm saying is like, in his perspective, he's fine. The others are not. But I'm like, his perspective is fucked. So but that does not necessarily mean that his perspective of the other people is correct. We're reading it the same? Chaos uses to spawn in warriors involving birthing pods, for example. I think the only difference, Epic, would be that I'm leaving about 15 to 20% cautiousness about what he said, because even though he's trying to say that the other Winterers are morally worse than he is, given what he has done, I am cautious about trusting him because his morality is kind of fucked. So in his mind, he might be better off than the others, but he may not be better. He might be just at the same level, or he could even be worse because he's morally deranged. So his opinion on other people's morality kind of does not matter. It might matter. He might be actually telling us the truth, but at this moment, I wouldn't 110% believe in him. But it'd be cool if the other Winterers were increasingly worse, obviously, because then it gives us more to deal with, right? But it's kind of worthless to take it at face value. Yeah, I don't think anything that I've learned from Calix necessarily makes me want to just accept what he says without taking it with a grain of salt. Could he be 100% correct and he's not lying to us? Sure. But he could be lying to us. Like, we don't know. I like Calix, though. I think we're going to discover that the Winterers are a legion of doom. All we did was take down the penguin, but then we got the Joker, Scarecrow, and Bane eyeing us. Yeah, something like that. Could be, yeah, but that doesn't make them worse, right? It could just make them different, not worse. That's what I'm saying is, like, he's suggesting, at least he suggested, low-key suggested, that they're worse people than him. But I'm taking it with a grain of salt. But I do love Calix, so if he's not lying and he's telling us the truth, props, bro, I love you. And if he's lying, props, bro, I love you. Because it's fine either way. It doesn't matter if he's telling the truth or lying. It will make a good story, right? If he's telling the truth and the Winterers are all fucked up, Scarecrow, Bane, Joker, awesome. If he's lying and the Winterers are just like him, or maybe there's some surprising Winterers who are actually good people, join the Scions, I find that okay too. I'm not too concerned, right? Like, where the story goes does not bother me. It's more about how was it executed. Is it executed believably? Are the Winterers interesting? That kind of thing. Then I'm like, oh, okay. You know, all right. We got some people here in chat. Does anyone want to maybe share with us kind of what was their favorite part of 7.5? Like, which part stood out to them as being like, wow, I really like this. Did anyone have like a favorite section that they really liked? Ben liked the conversation with Helmer. Interesting. Okay. Oops, I put sit in our YouTube chat. There we go. Ben liked the conversation with Helmerut. Epic says, I know the story's going to be good. I trust it. I just do. But I want to see some grimdark. I won't lie. WoW is rainbow and unicorns. FF14 needs to heavy lift. FF14 has to carry both MMOs. I like breadcrumbs. Yeah. Epic feels like... wait a minute. We got Sim in chat. Sim. Have you played the more recent WoW story stuff? I watched the 2 Grim videos that you recommended, and it seems like there's some stuff going down right now in WoW. So I was wondering, like, do you feel like the story has been lightened a little bit too much? Seeing Zero and Golbez was cool. Yeah, that was my... I think I do love her voice actor. My favorite part is when the B team arrived. Oh, yeah, that's a good one. Seeing them all back again. Seeing that Aenor's obsession is still ongoing. Jonathan Bailey didn't quit. Yes, he came back. My Catboy was restored. I haven't played all WoW, but got a bit spoiled. Oh. Okay. B team hype? Yeah. Yeah, I think I like the conversation with Helmut. I like the fact we were on the moon. I love the moon. Actually, let's go there. I love the moon, genuinely. Sim hasn't played all of WoW. Okay. I might have to ask Shay or some other folks. Trying to think, what else did we cover? We went to Garlemald, we saw Euless, that was fun. We fought Enuo on the moon, that was pretty good. I actually kind of liked our conversation with Calyx. He's trying to warn us. But what is so fascinating, right? What is so fascinating is that Calyx and Helmerut are warning us, right? They're warning us of hubris, of thinking that we can save everybody. It almost felt like they were scared of us, or maybe I'm reading into it, but it felt like they genuinely think that we are in danger of kind of just losing it. It's so fascinating. Talk to the Watcher. Honestly, just being at the Rising Stones just makes me feel like I'm playing 14 again. If I was to choose a moment, would also say getting the team back together after the meeting. Yeah. The way we portal was as predicted somewhat. Oh, walking up the bridge that we made. That was cool. With the voice. Who do we think was talking in the stone? So there are some people who are saying it's us talking, right? But my only problem with that is that the stone was created by Emmett. When the Convocation made their stones, he made ours in private. So if the voice came out of the Aura site, then it could be our voice, because we probably made the Auracite. But if the voice came out of the Asm crystal, then it has to be Emmet, because we weren't anywhere near that crystal when it was made. Did the voice come from the key or the seal? That's the question. If the voice came from the crystal, like the Asm crystal, then it was Emmet. But if the voice came from the Auracite, that was maybe us. But the question is, do voices come out of Auracite? I don't believe the Winterers are going to try and fight us with a monster, and I think they're going to handle us in a more intelligent manner. Maybe they're going to... Epic, what if they decide that they want to... What if they decide that they want to try to let us take on a bunch, and then we'll kind of kill ourselves? Like, we'll arm wrestle ourselves, and then lose. Could easily be either. Evidence that Asm might have had future sight and also think the voice acting came from the new key. And since we got the wee woos, could be either. More nostalgia than anything. I don't believe the Winters. Okay, so it could be interesting if they think, well, we'll let him take on this impossible task himself, and he might die in the process, but whether he wins or loses, it will benefit us, right? That might be Helmerut's reasoning. Or the Winterers have a version of ourselves who will pit themselves against us. Like an Ardbert 2.0, but crazier. I was told of your encounter with Helmerut. I confess I have no knowledge of this natural rejoining, nor do I know whether Heidelin was aware of such a phenomenon. Regardless, it was her unshakable faith in mankind that led her to entrust the future to you. That faith was not misplaced, was it? No. No. No, it wasn't misplaced at all. Like a reverse Flash situation, an entity that is our equal and our counter? Yeah, Epic. But like a dark version. Like genuinely dark. Not like Ardbert, who was, you know, makes me cry every time I see him. But like, genuinely, they go to a dark place. Good morning, sexy. Okay, Johnny. All right over there. Hello. Yikes. Dark Link. Yes! Why not, Ben? We could do like a Dark Link situation, no? Come on, guys. Come on. We want this, right? We want to have a Dark Warrior of Light. My time is limited. I have classes, but morning to you. Good morning, Johnny. We're just talking about the game. I think we should do a reverse Flash, but like genuinely, like not have like a wee woo situation. Oh no. Okay. Hear me out. For every good deed you did, I was there keeping the scales even. Every life you saved, I took. No, don't give me that look. We're saving the world together. You need the balance I deliver. Yeah. So this is how it could go. Dark Wool, we meet ourselves, which could be like a dark Ardbert type. Okay. And then we have to fight ourselves or kill ourselves. Now the question is, what happens when we fight or kill ourselves, right? Like what would happen because of that? Well, number one possibility that could come out of killing ourselves is number one, part of us returns to the flow, right? Or number two, we take them into ourselves. And this will lead us to the next stage of craziness, which is we change a bit because of the new aspect of ourselves. That would be interesting. So then our Warrior of Light becomes a bit more complex, even more complex than they are now. A character that believes that lost the world already and fully believes in Halmurut's plan? Yes. Yeah. Now, this is just me having fun in theory crafting, okay? I am somebody who's into hurt comfort, so I like making people feel sad and then bringing them out into the daylight at the end. I'm not into depression stories, but I do like stories that give you sadness and then draw you out at the end and make you feel like you went through something. So I would do it so that we meet ourselves, we have to fight ourselves, we take them into ourselves, we start changing. So if I was doing this, I would do it so that we change because of the new aspect of ourselves, but we can't see how we are changing because it's happening to us. So others can see it, and so then we end up having to fight old friends who have to pull us back from our internal brink. I would actually go like gray wool, like a gray Jedi. Or like a slightly dark, toasty Jedi. But I don't think they will do that. Let's all be real. Okay, we need to temper our expectations here so we don't end up like completely disappointed. I could see them bringing in a dark Azim as part of the Winterers, and we have to fight them. But it would be cool that in the fighting we are changed a little bit, and then our friends have to save us. I think that would be cool if we went a bit dark. There's a reason the rogue class isn't called Thief. Yeah. I think they like to keep Azim fairly like straight across the board. But it'd be interesting. Like, I would do it. I did. I actually have. Here's my Dark Knight. Already did. I got it up to level 69. I've been playing it on the side. It's okay. It's fine. It has some interesting stuff. It's very Jungian. It's all about like your internal darkness. There's an edginess to it. I think it's way more dialogue heavy than some of the other classes I've played. Probably Ishikawa. She loves her some writing. I don't like the class itself. I think playing Dark Knight just isn't as fun for me as other stuff. There's some fucked up situations. That's pretty fun. But I'm not a, how can I say this? I'm not like a super fan of the class itself. Never connected with it as a job emotionally. Yeah. But I love the writing for it. It's very dark. It's very edgy. It's talking about your inner self that cries out for justice. It's about negotiating the darkness within you. It's about embracing. It's kind of like Naruto in the waterfall. It's all about the hidden, what we would call the Unheimlich in Freudian terms, the hidden beneath the familiar. A lot of the stories revolve around the dark side of like society, right? So there was that bishop or nun lady who hated her daughter, Sid, and what was Eileen? Anyway, that was interesting. Yeah. Would be very interesting if there's a moment where the Wool has to make a choice they won't see the outcome of, but that's not MMO friendly. There's a difference between multiple choices and making a choice that you don't see the outcome of. For example, let's say you are faced with the option to either stab a character or not stab a character, right? So a person will choose, let's say, to stab the character, but in the attempt to stab the character, something will happen where the character will mutate and the situation becomes something else entirely. Or the person decides not to stab the character and that character mutates and the situation becomes different entirely. So it's the same endpoint, but the decision is different, but it's the same endpoint. So it's an artificial decision. I personally think artificial decisions are cringe, which is why I'm fine with an MMO having only flavor decisions. The moment that you try to make an artificial decision meaningful, that's when I think a lot of people kind of start wincing. I wouldn't personally write it like that, but some people want it. So, you know, whatever. I prefer flavor decisions only, obviously, for obvious reasons. Like, kind of like when the Wool was about to become a Light Warden. Would you agree that the Warrior of Light character has made decisions in the MSQ? Yes, but I do not believe the player has made decisions. Yeah, like for example, I do believe the Warrior of Light made a decision to join the Scions. That's one of the first decisions, right? We made a decision to walk into the Adventurers Guild. I do believe we made a decision to pick up the first crystal, but we haven't. So I think if the Warrior of Light is faced with a decision that to the player presents as an artificial decision, but it's nevertheless a decision, I'm like, that's great. The more surprising it is, the better, obviously. I'm talking about the character Warrior of Light choosing to sacrifice themselves without seeing the outcome. I think they've already done that before, though. Multiple times. I don't believe that the Warrior of Light 100% knew the outcome of what would happen when they faced Endsinger. If the Warrior of Light knew the outcome of what would happen when they faced Endsinger, they would not have made the decision to send the Scions away. I personally believe that when the Warrior of Light faced off with the Endsinger initially, they realized the Scions were in danger, and they zapped the other Scions out because they didn't know what was going to happen, and they would rather sacrifice themselves regardless of the outcome. Now, obviously, a few minutes later, best friend of all time rode the light of the stars to us. And then we obviously won with the help of the prayers of our friends. But in that moment, I do not believe. I believe that our actions in that moment shows that we chose to sacrifice ourselves and we weren't sure of the outcome. And I also don't think we fought Xenos 100% sure of the outcome either. Like, we feel confident about ourselves, obviously, We're very confident fighters. But we nearly died in that confrontation. So I think the Warrior of Light makes many choices where they choose to sacrifice themselves without seeing the outcome. I think that's pretty par for the course, I think. But I don't think that in the future they will forget that. I think they will. I think that they will continue to lean into us making choices where we're going to end up fighting with the chance that we will die. Goes right back to Praetorium with La Habrea. Yeah. We didn't know whether we were going to win against La Habrea. To be honest, I didn't know that I would win against La Habrea. Or even Ifrit. Yeah. Our first primals. I really don't think the Warrior of Light has always gone into every encounter being like, yeah, I got this, fam. And then, you know, Holminster Switch is an example where we were sent into something that we didn't know about. We face off a warden, right? And all we have from the Crystal Exarch is, well, when we get to it, we will see. I'll show you something. So we go in there to fight something that we don't have an idea of how we're going to cope with it. We have no idea what's going to happen. And then lo and behold, we start taking in light into our body. And that's when the Crystal Exarch is like, yeah, I'm sorry I lied to you, but this was my thought. Arguably, we went into an encounter believing we'd win, then bam, Xenos. Xenos is one of those moments where you go in and you're like, oh yeah, this is, yeah, I got him. And then you lie down and it's like, oh, never mind. Renjit's another one. Renjit. Yeah, we can fight Renjit. Renjit's. We're like, yeah. It can't. I think in this game there are tons of moments where we feel confident, we go in and we don't win. And there's tons of times where we go in thinking we're going to die and then we don't die because other things intervene. So I'm sure that the story will continue. I'm sure the story will continue. The question is whether we will get a moment where the Warrior of Light has to choose between two bad options. It's happened, I think, before where we've had to let certain unfortunate things happen in order to allow other things to happen, like, for example, Moonbreeda. But it's not common, so it would be cool to see us having to make a tough choice where it's like one terrible option and then one less terrible option, but still kind of terrible. So and it doesn't have to result in the death of, let's say, a personal friend. It could just be death of innocent people, right? Because that matters to Azim just as much as the death of a personal friend. So yeah. So Epic asked, it would be, or stated, it would be very interesting if there's a moment where the wall has to make a choice that they won't see the outcome of. I think that's already happened. And it would be great to see it happen again. But I think it has already happened. It is MMO friendly. It already happened in the story. Now, obviously, as a player, we know that unless they figure out a way to do a story in a very different kind of way, right? if they break some of the rules of MMO, we know in our heads, right, that there's no way this will happen or there's no way that will happen. As players, we know that. But as a Warrior of Light, I definitely think, Epic, there has already been moments where the Warrior of Light had to make a choice. I don't think the Warrior of Light was deleted in this game and then we moved on without them. Yeah, it would literally no longer be this game, right? Let's say they deleted Nico, right? They deleted this avatar I've made, and I can't remake the avatar again. The options are off the board. I have to make a completely different character. It cannot look like the person from before. That's just not MMO friendly. That's impossible, right? That's like instant death to the player base and your pairs. That's just a no-go. But do I think that the Warrior of Light has gone into situations knowing that they're very much in likelihood of dying and they don't know the outcome? Yeah, I already think we've already been there. Like attempted to commit Sudoku for a good cause. I don't think outright committing Sudoku for a good cause, but I think in your original statement wasn't that specific, right? Your original statement was, it would be very interesting if there was a moment the Warrior of Light had to make a choice that they won't see the outcome of. That has already been done. If you mean, has there been a moment where the Warrior of Light was faced with the option of committing Sudoku or tons of people would die? The answer is no. We already have a story where the Warrior of Light dies. Yeah. We already have it's the future. Yes. Technically, the Warrior of Light has already died in one future. Already failed. Yes. And technically, that reality is still alive and kicking, as per string theory. So, yeah. But even in that string theory, the Warrior of Light did not do what Epic is suggesting. Self-delete. Epic, I think having a moment where the Warrior of Light self-deletes but then is brought back somehow would be fine for an MMO, but it would feel fake because the body has to come back. This body has to come back. Otherwise, well, there's two reasons why I could see they would not have the warrior Sudokuing. And I think it's fairly obvious. Number one, if the wall Sudokus, it's meaningless when they come back, basically. Especially since they'll return with the same avatar of the player. And they have to do that because it's an MMO, because of player love of their game, their thing, right? Like, that's just not right. Number two, if the warrior of light Sudokus yeah, it feels like it would be meaningless, but there was a second thought that I had. Oh man, wait a minute. Let me think about this. So if the Warrior of Light Sudokus, it's meaningless when they come back. Especially if they are still in the same body. And if the warriors light Sudokus and the ability to return to the exact same character creation choice is removed, the player base will revolt as well. And number 3, some players will be triggered by self-deleting. Well, that's technically not what you said. Technically, Epic. You wrote, it would be very interesting if there was a moment where the warrior has to make a choice that they won't see the outcome of. I do think the warrior has already done that. If you're talking about Sudokuing specifically, then yeah, it's not MMO friendly. You're absolutely 110% correct. You would have people complaining about not being able... First off, you would have people complaining that's not real because your character came back. Okay? We already had people talking like that in Ultima Thule. Then they would be like, it's not real because... it's not good because your character didn't come back, but they can't make the character that they love. And then, of course, you're going to have the snowflakes who are like, I wasn't warned. I didn't have my trigger warning, so I'm so triggered now. And then I personally wouldn't be triggered. I'm going to be honest. I wouldn't be triggered, but I would be extremely upset. I would be beyond upset if I couldn't pick my Catboy again. There's a fourth option, a fourth response. Some people, this will be Chieko, would enjoy number 1 as an aesthetic moment and not require much else. There are some of us who would be fine with seeing a self-delete as long as everything comes back and it's fixed. Right? But I could see some people being like, oh, it's not real because it was returnable. It's vague for the sake... Oh, okay. Okay, Epic. Yeah, that's fair. I got you. I see now. Yeah. I personally would be okay with it, Epic. I just wanted to say that. I think it would be interesting, right? If we self-delete and then we're brought back anyway. I'd actually be fine with it. It's just that I know some people would start shitting. They wouldn't like it because they would feel it's meaningless. People didn't like Ultima Thule because they thought Ultima Thule thing was meaningless. I liked it. I was like crying my way through Ultima Thule, essentially. Well, most of the time. Like from Raha onward, obviously. But there were some people who thought it was stupid. Right? And then if you tried to make it consequential, then there would be people like me who would revolt. Right? But I would go with number 1. I would go with number 1. For sure. For sure. Wait 1 second. I want to go out to the... Ben, I want to go out to the... Yeah, I want to go out to this part here. Yep. The idea of fighting our anti-self brought it on. Anti-self as an outer entity whose existence is tethered to us. Yeah. If they could do a moment in a solo duty where we have to fight ourselves and then kill the anti-self, that would be fun. But that's not the same thing as committing Sudoku on our own character. It's a completely different idea. And you could have an end scene of you know, let's say you could have an end scene where you're doing the whole Xenos thing, where you're lying on the ground with them and then they die with you. And then you're about to die and then your friends zip you back with Dynamis and you're better. I'd be fine with that. But I know some people would feel cheated. You could do it where you actually die, and then essentially people find another shard of you and then reconnect that shard to your memories so that the new version of you is basically you with all of your memories, but it's coalesced with someone else's memories as well. So you're like 9 times rejoined, or like, well, 1 time rejoined, so you're back to being painfully squishy. Like, there's so many ways that they could go about killing you and bringing you back, but I think almost every option that you choose for that would result in people feeling cheated, I think. But I would love to see us fighting ourselves. Like, even it doesn't have to look like ourselves, right? It could look like an NPC who is ourselves, though, you know? If you built enough time with that character where you clash and then part, learn more about each other, clash, part, learn more about each other, clash, part, learn more about each other, and then clash one more time, and that's when you kill them, it will feel more meaningful because you've built this relationship, you know who they are, and you will feel sad when you're doing it, but you have to do it, and then you might be dying as well. The only problem is bringing you back. I think if you try to position it as you're committing suicide, I think people will feel cheated. I wouldn't, though. I'd be like, oh yeah, bring it on. I love the idea. I think they should do it, but they probably won't. Let's all be real. It's one thing to like watch a general, you know, off himself. It's another thing to watch your own character off themselves. I think some people would freak out. Okay, and then some people would freak out, and so then you would want to put a trigger warning on it, and then it would just destroy the surprise. So like, what's even the point at that point in time? The shock value, as it were, is kind of gone. Yeah. There's, I guess, a limit. MMOs will limit their narrative. It's necessary, but I would like to see really dark Warrior of Light versus Warrior of Light. Just going at it. I want it. Warning, Tesleen is about to be fucked. Do you want to continue? Yeah, imagine putting a trigger warning before the Tesleen scene. So dumb. I just think some things, if you as a person are very sensitive, I know that I can be very sensitive sometimes when I get obsessed. So you just need to have a good friend that you can rely on to, like, you know, ground you so that you can move forward. To feel like you have to put it in the game because some people don't have friends to ground them it just would be a shame. So, yeah. I mean, it would be a baller move to go, we decided to end our MMO before it had a chance to decay like WoW, so this is the outcome we felt was right. No. If they were turning off the servers, absolutely, like 20 years from now, sure. But to kill a game, like stop killing game, like the stop killing games type thing, you're killing a game that people bought. I'd be okay with that. Only if they made it single player compatible. Yeah, I don't want the game to be dead permanently. Yeah. You're reading too deep. But what's the point of having a Sudoku scene when your character, when you come out of that scene and your character is still walking around? What's the point of that? Seppuku. I know it's seppuku. I'm just saying Sudoku as a joke. I am aware of what seppuku is. Because the MSQ ends? Yeah, but the MSQ doesn't have to, like, end. There could be side stories that you're doing, other side content that will have a story attached to it. And isn't Final Fantasy XI getting, like, a new zone? Question mark? I don't know. I think it would feel very artificial to do that. I think that would feel very artificial to me. I'd rather have a very good reason as to why my avatar is walking around. Like, I'm okay with doing a suicide scene. I'm okay with doing a suicide scene as long as there's a reason for why I came back. It's also artificial to keep a story going forever. There's a way to end a story and still letting the game go on and still giving a good reason why your character's still there. I'll do a very simple one, okay? Let's say we beat the last big boss of whatever it is, right? We are standing outside the Rising Stones, just like at the end of Endwalker. Whoever is alive at that point in time will chat with us, and they'll say to us, what are you going to do? And you will have a choice of, I'm going to seek more gil. I want to keep training. I want to explore it more. And then it will, you know, it will go to a screen where it just shows you walking off into a sunset, literally, and done. Your character's in Rising Stone, everyone's scattered. The fight with your shadow self, you convince them not to off themselves. I don't think it would be fun to just watch your other self kill themselves. I think it would be, we've seen tons of people kill themselves in this game. Not tons, but we've seen enough people who killed themselves in this game. I think it would be way more interesting to just outright kill ourselves. It's all speculation, none of it will happen anyway. Well, yeah, I know it's speculation, Epic, I know. But I'm saying it makes more sense to me to just have us walk into the sunset. It would feel more natural as to why my character's running around afterwards. Ending with suicide is just way too dark, and that's not how that's not how I would want to end my story. I'd want to end my official MSQ story with me just walking down the road again, kind of like at the end of Samurai Champloo. Ending it with suicide to me is not how I would want to ever end the grand story of a person, frankly. Yeah. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. We're talking about our Warrior of Light potentially fighting themselves. I think that part is cool. I think we should fight ourselves. I want us to fight ourselves, but once again, I'm not very, very confident that that will happen. That might be too dark for some people. So My sister's fiance is playing Hildy. Fight God and then fight ourselves. Yeah, don't stay up too late. Sim is reminding me. Yeah, so, man, epic. Imagine if we could fight ourselves. I just want us to end on that thought. What time is it? Damn it. It's 1 a.m. Oh, I'm so bummed. It's already 1 a.m. Okay. I'm going to disband party. I'm going to return to... Wait a minute. I'm going to return to my data center. In the coming days, I do hope to return to making some FF14 content. I have some stuff that I got to do, but when I can free up some time. I do think FF14 story deserves an ending that isn't restricted by its medium, but I know that's not realistic because unless it's like a non-canon hypothetical anime type of thing, I'm only okay with that epic if there's like 3 to 5 different endings and you can choose the ending that you want. I don't want my character to commit suicide at the end of the full MSQ. Period. I cannot say that strongly enough. That's not something I want at all. I'm fine if there is an option for some person to do it if they wanted to, but I personally would never want to see that happen with my character. That's not the kind of journey I want my character to go on. I would rather have an ending where we walk off into the sunset and then just spawn right back at a specific location and go about our business again. We talked about fighting an opponent whose deletion meant the warrior being deleted. I would not have the warrior deleted when he was fighting himself. I want him to take the Dark Warrior of Light into himself. He becomes dark. I'm only okay with that if there's a way for us to return. Like if we are prayed back into existence, or they show a montage of us being recreated through another spare Asian shard, or we are reincarnated and they do a montage of us growing up into our character, and then we meet our friends again and we are in our full avatar. I don't want to end with just a sacrifice. That's what I'm pointing out. I want it to make sense that my character is still alive, walking around in the in the world doing side quests after. I just don't feel like a hypothetical non-canonical anime ending would feel real to me. As in, we buy an anime with the Warrior of Light you see in the cinematics. Okay, so they make an anime about a Warrior of Light that doesn't look like my Warrior of Light, and they commit hypothetical, non-canonical anime Sudoku to end their story. It's not our Warrior of Light, right? The Warrior of Light makes choices Yoshi makes, not what we make. So whatever ending there is already going to be written without our input. Epic, that's what I've been saying about some of your stuff that you've mentioned before. I 100% believe that the creators have a right to choose how to end the Warrior of Light. I'm not making that argument. I'm not making the argument that Yoshi P doesn't have control of it. I'm telling you what I want to see. I'm not telling you what you want to see. I'm not telling Yoshi P what he should be doing. I'm saying, number one, I'm saying there are certain endings that are going to cause people a lot of trouble. And they will consider that, right? That's number one, ending. So if it's in a separate, hypothetical, non-canonical anime, let's say it's in a book or an anime, and it's non-canonical, that doesn't really matter to most players. Most players are going to care about what happens to their own physical character. So if they had it in the game, or if they had it outside of the game, what Yoshi P chooses to do, or what the devs choose to do, is immaterial here. We're not talking about what they will choose to do. What they choose to do is what they choose to do. I'm telling you why I would not be happy with it. You could play a quest line where at the end you do a heroic sacrifice and you wake up to find out you just lived one of your alternative splintered versions' life. Sim, that would probably piss even more people off. People hate dream sequences. It's like Alice in Wonderland. She woke up and it was just a dream. I wouldn't necessarily. I treat that book as fanfic. No, I get what Epic's trying to say, right? We have Derplander, right? Derplander is in the cutscenes, right? Derplander represents us. He just so happens to look like Ardbert because they were trying to kind of draw a correlation between the two, right? So Derplander is us. So conceivably, whether we like it or not, whether Epic likes it or not, things are happening in the story that are going to happen whether we like it or not. So they could, in the game or in a book or in an anime, it doesn't actually matter where it happens, they could conceivably make a narrative choice that none of us will like. That's just the way it is, because this is not a player choice driven narrative, right? It is a choice that is made by the devs. I am not arguing against the devs making their own choices. They are going to choose what they're going to choose. My guess is they're not going to choose the Warrior of Light killing a dark side of themselves and then dying forever at the end of an anime or a book or a video game, because it would cause way too much trouble with the player base. I myself would also be extremely depressed, and I would not like it either. I'm okay with us committing suicide and returning in a form, in a way, somehow, however that is, and continuing onward. maybe going dark. I would like to do a dark Warrior of Light where our actual Warrior of Light goes kind of a little nutty. That'd be fun. But I just don't... Like Epic said, it's not MMO friendly because you're going to have some people who are going to be upset with it or not like it. Same thing with me. I wouldn't like it not because of the suicide part, but because of the part where I just want my Catboy to walk off into the sunset and be happy forever. I mean, whatever ending Yoshi truly believes is the ending without any restrictions made on his choice. Yeah. Yeah. I think my best bet, Epic, is they're just going to end like how they ended Endwalker. Let's all be real. But I'm not averse to them doing a type of an aesthetic suicide moment. As long as, like I said, there's a recovery. But I don't want the dream thing that Sims suggested. I think that's even more cringy than Sudoku. I think Sudoku is, which is my censor-friendly version of seppuku, which is the censor-friendly version of suicide. I think Sudoku is interesting, but I'd only use it as a means to a larger end, like a larger storyline. So yeah. But my guess is they won't even do that. This is such a cyberpunk moment. What do you mean? It also wouldn't work. Would you rather live in peace as Mr. Nobody, die ripe, old, and smelling slightly of urine, or go down for all time, days of glory, smelling near like posies without seeing your 30s? Yeah, I mean, but it's a false equivalence, right? There's, like, if you wrote an ending where your Warrior of Light just walks off to the sunset, that sunset in your mind that you would write for yourself could involve you killing yourself in a heroic sacrifice. That's an ending that you would write. You want your Wool to retire? No, I want my Wool to continue his journey. He's not going to age. This game doesn't age characters. This game is just going to be artificially forever. I'm fine with that. My Warrior of Light isn't going to retire. You're thinking of your character as an RP figure that has a life of its own. I do not. I dabble in having fun as my character, or like, you know, move in and out of an RP brain. I am not permanently stuck in RP world with my character. My character isn't retiring or dying or living. I just want him to make sense within a canonical narrative where it makes sense that he's alive at the end, where I can just play him until they shut off the servers. Or add a new zone far in its future, like they're doing with not Path of Exile, with Final Fantasy XI, where like I heard rumors that they are adding in some new content for FF11 because it's still popular. So that's not RP brain. Every story comes to an end, and if it doesn't, it's because someone is paid for it not to. No, I'm not saying... For me, a story ends and doesn't end. The story for my Catboy doesn't have to end when the narrative ends. The narrative has ended. Let's say the canonical narrative has ended with my Catboy walking off to the sunset. That does not mean that my Catboy won't die in the future in my mind, or won't retire in my mind, or won't live forever in my mind. It's up to me to determine that at that point in time, or at any point in time. I just want the narrative to make sense and end at a natural stopping point, and we can walk off into the sunset, and then we can decide for ourselves what will happen to our Warriors of Light after. You are creating a false equivalence that because I don't want my Catboy to have a death scene, that I don't want the narrative to end. I'm saying we can have the narrative end. Like, for example, they could have cut the narrative off right at the end of Endwalker, right? They could have said, okay, from now on, we're only doing side content. We're just going to dabble a few side quests here and there. We're going to put in some stuff, but the game is going to be on, what's it called? Like, standby mode. It's going to be on just basic support mode, right? The narrative worked for me. It had an end. But it had such an end that I can determine how my personal Warrior of Light's going to end. You said your Catboy won't age because the game won't die. My Catboy won't age as long as the game won't die. And he technically won't age. Like, let's say 10 years from now, they turn off the servers. My Catboy won't have aged. Right? He's not going to retire. He's not an actual person. He's not aging. Like, not in my mental story of him so far that I know of. I could change my mind. When you said you want your Warrior of Light to retire, I'm not talking about my Catboy aging or not working anymore. I was just talking about what or how they can go about ending of the Warrior story. The reality of MMO not being allowed to die wasn't a factor. Yeah. What I'm suggesting is that I would like the ending to be so open-ended that we won't see our Warrior of Light aging or dying in any kind of fashion. That way, we can all determine what, if anything, happens to our Warrior of Light after. And it would allow us to leave that ended narrative cutscene, like at the end of Endwalker, and walk away from it and say, I can still do other things in this world, and my character is the way that they are. They haven't been artificially aged. They haven't been artificially married with kids. They aren't returning home like Sam and kissing Rosie on the cheek and saying, I'm home. They aren't committing a heroic sacrifice and doing Sudoku. Like, you can end a narrative and keep the story from dying and continue on. You know, like some TV shows, the seasons keep going on until, like, the whole story doesn't make sense anymore. I don't want this game to do that. But I don't want them to end in such a way that it doesn't make sense that my character is up and walking around in the game. I want my Warrior of Light to die in battle. That's for you. I'm suggesting that what you want for your Warrior of Light is not necessarily how others want it. So if they did multiple choice scenes where you could choose how your Warrior of Light dies or doesn't die, that should be up to the player, frankly. My guess, though, if I was them, is that I would keep it open-ended so that you can make your own story and say, yes, my Warrior of Light died in battle. And I could say, yes, after he walked through that door, he walked down the road and he went and had some food, and then he took on a side quest, and then he went back to Eureka and did some more relic grinding. So that's where I'm saying is I'd rather not definitively make a choice for players how they want to end their Warrior of Light. Retired on an island? Do you think that's where Asifer goes? Retired on an island. Ben wants to retire. I'm not sure if I want to retire. I don't know if Nico would ever retire. But yeah, I'm more of a I'm more pro letting people decide how they want their Warrior of Light to pass on. More memeing about Island Sanctuary. Tataru. No. Ben, you think you're about to retire, but actually Tataru is waiting for you outside the door. You're going to chase the horizon? See, that's what I would like to, how I would want to end it for me. If there was like a ending choice, I would choose the walking off to the horizon. And it would just say, and he wandered for the rest of his days or something. Just like, you know, or like, kind of like, I'll go on my next adventure. Like at the end of Endwalker, where they're like, what are you going to do? And I think my answer was like, I'm going to go explore or whatever. If you want to die in battle, join one of the Aura clans and die in the Nadam. I don't... Yeah, there you go. He ends up going back to his people, maybe. I think he would probably just go somewhere where there's fighting and Epic would just die over there. Like maybe, well, I guess the dragon stuff is done now, so maybe there's still some evil dragons that he could fight. Or evil elves, who knows? Where Epic's Warrior of Light will die. I don't believe the Warrior of Light is immortal, hence why I feel like it's either retirement at old age or battle end. Okay, so here's a thought. What if a player has determined that they don't care about either of those choices? Because the game doesn't care. He ended of old age because he was not a Viera. The 8th Calamity timeline. Lol. Yeah. We know that the Warrior of Light isn't immortal, but it's in it. How can I say this? I do not think about how my Warrior of Light ended. It is immaterial to me. Because if they want my money, my Warrior of Light will not be forced to age. So it doesn't matter. All that matters is that the narrative ends when it should end, and that there's an ending that allows me to continue with my forever young Catboy, even if narratively, technically, he would retire and die of old age. It doesn't matter. I'm also not sure what you're confused about. All I'm saying is that I want the story to end with a natural ending, but leave the ending open-ended so that I'm not told that my Warrior of Light dies in battle or that my Warrior of Light retires of old age. I want the ending open-ended. That's all I want. And that's the fairest to most players. Because that allows everyone to basically make up their ending if they care about it. And if they don't care about it, like if they just want to have an open-ended ending and not think about it too much, they can also do that. Like Epic has already determined how Riva died. I have not determined how Nico has died. But I do know I want Yoshi's ending, as I said, and I do care about it, hence why I want to see Yoshi's ending, which I said we won't be able to see anyway. I think we will never fully see Yoshi's ending because I think everyone's ending is personal, and I don't believe Yoshi P will ever put his personal ending, or Ishikawa. I don't think Ishikawa or Banri Oda would ever put their personal ending on it, as you said, because it's an MMO. Yeah. Most people view role-playing as the word light as a taboo because you're claiming ownership of the story at the cost of everyone else. Well, good thing they don't talk to party. And we all know what I think about what most people think. But that's neither here nor there. I tend to not run around role-playing, period. But if I was role-playing, I would think about what happened in my story so far. So, there's that. You're claiming ownership of the story at the cost of everyone else. Well, to a certain degree, that this is the story that we're paying money out of our pockets for, so... Just when Chieko and Koa share a screen. Yeah. 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 It's one of the reasons why, like, I dabble in the idea of RP, but yeah. I don't understand why it's wrong of me to look for role-playing elements for the game. No one's saying it's wrong of you. Who said it was wrong? No one said that you couldn't. The problem is when your role-playing gets in the way of someone, let's say, enjoying the story for what they were given, and they're told that it's taboo to refer them to themselves as a warrior of light because what let's say that person is saying is claiming ownership of the story at the cost of everyone else, when that's what they're being paid, that's what the experience that they're paying for. No one has issues with roleplay until the role players start having issues with people, right? I have no issues with people role-playing. My issues only with roleplay is that role players can sometimes come in and expect other people to behave in a way that validates or upholds their internal canon and their internal roleplay experience. Now, for the most part, I've never really met anybody like that in FF14, but I've roleplayed before. Like, I even dabbled in ERP with certain fandoms in the past, and there were people who were insufferable. Because if you refer to, let's say, a member of a band in a way, like not within the roleplay situation, outside of the roleplay situation, and you refer to that band member a certain way, they would lose their shit. If you're walking up to people who are role-playing, saying you're a warrior from the MSQ, and they want... Oh. Okay. Message retracted. Yeah. I do not believe a non-role player should go into a roleplay situation and break those role-playing rules. At the same time, I don't want an role player to come in and tell me how to view the canon, or how the canon should be because it makes their role-playing desires. Right? It's mutual respect, right? We respect role players by not going into their space and breaking those rules. No one should be doing that. What am I saying exactly? What I'm saying, I'll try to be more clear, Epic. I cannot come into a role-playing space and break the rules of that role-playing space. But a role-playing person can't come in and tell me that I should accept a certain reality about the game, or I shouldn't view myself as a warrior of light because it's a, let's say it's taboo in role-playing, right? In the role-playing space, the role-playing rules should be respected and honored, right? When you go in there, you should respect and honor those role-playing rules. Of course, those role-playing rules will change from role-playing group to role-playing group, I imagine, right? There's probably niche role-playing groups that have niche things. Like, I think I remember one role-playing group saying that they don't accept role-playing with lalas, for example, right? So there's going to be certain rules. You have to go in there, you have to know the rules. But simultaneously, I don't want to see a person's role-playing bleeding into canonical understandings of the game, or telling people how they should view the game or how they should experience the game. Or if the role player engages with a player and the player refers to themselves as a warrior of light, the role player needs to like just accept that like that's a canonical understanding of that character. What are you saying I'm saying? Because I just want to see whatever is the most canonical ending of the Warrior of Light story. I am not saying that you're saying anything. It's like moving to Britain and telling them to ban dogs. Yeah. It's like demanding pronoun. Yeah, basically, we should respect each other where we are at. I just want to see whatever's the most canonical ending of the Warrior of Light story. Yeah, I think it would be very interesting to see what Ishikawa, Banri, and Yoshi P would come up with, right? What the team would come up with for the Warrior of Light. But we all know, like you said before, Epic, that the limitations of the MMO is such that we are not going to ever see what Yoshi P would want, because I'm sure that what Yoshi P would want would be different from what Ishikawa would want. It would be different from what Banri Oda would want. Would be different from what Daiichi Hiroi would want. And even in an optimal situation where somehow all of them imagine the same thing for the Warrior of Light, there's a high chance, let's say, that what they like, let's say what they like is what Epic wants, right? They know it's not going to make a chunk of the player base happy. So in my opinion, they will never fully commit to one ending one way or the other. If they choose that the Warrior of Light goes out in a blaze of glory, it's going to upset a whole bunch of people. If they choose to have the Warrior of Light retire, it's also going to upset a bunch of people. And I personally know, like, just for myself, I would prefer to leave that ending open so that I can make my own ending, so that Ben can make his own ending, so that Epic can make his own ending, so that everyone can make their own ending, obviously. My option, therefore my desire is that everyone can make their own ending. Yeah. You're one of those rare people who don't see the Warrior of Light as yourself. Yeah. And there are some people who do. Some people, I think most people see themselves as the Warrior of Light. In fact, I would argue that a lot of players go in the opposite direction, where they're like suffering from main character syndrome. I don't like that either. I don't like the main character syndrome that can happen with some people. That being said, I do still view myself as a Warrior of Light, obviously. And I view that my Warrior of Light as being, you know, me. It's a show for me rather than a role I'm playing. I'm both. Bizarrely enough, I'm both. It's both a show and a role for me. At the same time, right? Like, I'm in the story and I'm watching the story at the same time. That's how I read books, right? Like, I'm a director that's directing the story, but I'm in the story about as much as I'd want it to be. So I can be within the story, or I can be without the story. And if a story is so good that I'm like inflamed with it, I might even like daydream about it and rework it so that my own character can be in it. I don't connect with my Warrior of Light on a personal level. My Warrior of Light is a representation of all the time I put into a video game. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, that's fair. I never changed my Warrior of Light. I like his model. I'm kind of low-key attracted to him, but on the same level. Like, his hair is about as dark as my hair gets. His eyes are a bit greener than mine. Mine are more like a blue-green, but he's pale, kind of like me. So, so like, I'm attracted to him, but obviously he's also like a male, hyper-idealized representation of myself as well, which is disturbing, but it is what it is. So I do feel very connected with my Warrior of Light, and I do have a very personal feeling about him. When I log in after a long period of time and I haven't seen my Warrior of Light, like, I genuinely feel excited and happy, and, you know, like, oh yeah, he's so hot, he's so handsome, you know, like, obviously. So I view the story as being outside, but also inside. It's like both at the same time for me. And I just kind of roll with it, right? Like, I just have fun and I see where it's going. So, yeah. I'm not sure if we will ever see a canonical ending. Beyond walking away at the end, like Endwalker. I love Riva, but Riva's not in the MSQ. Oh, Nico is in the MSQ, for sure. Yeah. Yeah, Nico, I know, I thought about Nico's past a little bit, like dabbled for some fan fiction, but I don't know his future per se. I don't know how it would end. He'd probably do like a Ryan Gosling thing where like he would end up just, if he was going to die, probably just like go out and lie in the snow somewhere. But I love Riva as much as you love Nico. Oh, yeah. we get. I can definitely tell that, Epic, which is great. You and I are siblings in love of our characters. Yeah, I view Nico as being in the MSQ, very firmly in the MSQ, which is why it matters to me what happens to him in the MSQ. And because a lot of people view their character as being in the MSQ, it will matter to them. I tolerate Inna, I know. We'll get you up there with Asifer. Don't worry, Ben, we'll get you there. It'll be great. Your ping won't be great, but it will be great. Gotta move to North America. Yeah, I definitely view Nico as being in the MSQ. Meeting Graha and meeting all of the boys and other boys, just lots of boys, for sure. Definitely Nico's in the MSQ. But yeah, I'm not I was happy to see Party got Dane into Hildy. Yeah. She was like, what should I do with him while you're streaming? And I was like, well, there's a lot of things you two can do. Now, I haven't covered Hildy on Kit, so I might have to go do that at some point. I know fanfic is often seen as cringe. Well, I read fanfic, Epic, so I personally don't find fanfic cringe. Of course, some people are going to find fanfic cringe, right? But, like, fuck them. You know what I mean? YOLO. You know? I'm a huge... this is why I'm saying I don't want to go into role-playing spaces and fuck shit up, right? And I don't want to come into someone's place and be like, oh, you can't write fanfic. That's not fair, right? Everyone should have the freedom to explore their character how they want. I just don't want it to bleed into other people's experiences in weird ways, which it can do. I've seen it happen before in fandoms. So that's where, like, I don't like main character syndrome. I don't like disrespectful people. I don't like people who have no sense of humor. You know, like, there's just things. Don't come to my Yu-Gi-Oh tournament after showering. What does that mean? What? I would share more about besides beat him. Don't come to my Yu-Gi-Oh tournament after showering. What does that mean? What's wrong with showering? Card tourneys are notorious for BO. What if I showed up to a Yu-Gi-Oh tournament without showering? So that I could just add to the BO. That should be okay, right? You will be accepted? Oh, then I can do that. That's easy. That's easy GG for me. I actually had a mild moment one time because, like, I never really noticed it. And then there was this moment in China where I realized that I was on a bus and no one was wearing deodorant on a hot day. That was the one and only time when I noticed it. Shunned. That's when I was like, oh, nobody here is wearing BO. Fascinating. Because, like, wearing deodorant was just not a thing when I was living in China. That's because you never played Yu-Gi-Oh? Jonathan was shunned? Or Jonathan saying I will be shunned? Or is Jonathan shunning me? If you don't smell like the pack, you're an outcast. Yeah. 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 For sure. Definitely. Well, I think we have gotten our debating out of the way. I think we got our debate. The national chant for NZ crashed on my couch. Took ages for the smell to leave. Flatties were pissed. Wow. That's something else. That is something else. That's fun. That's crazy. Just put Vaseline underneath your nose. Everyone will be fine. Maybe not the couch though. Oh man. So upcoming Sunday we'll do a regular React stream. Vaseline. Yeah. I don't know what they would call it in your side of the world. Vaseline looks like this. It's also called petroleum jelly. Police officers put them police officers put them underneath their nose. Vicks? Yeah, it's kind of like a vapor rub, but it's usually thicker and jelly-like, and you just let it sit on your skin. I'm surprised you don't know about Vaseline. I guess they have a different name over there and I just don't know it. So, like, some cops will put Vaseline, like, below their noses. Or, like, you know, just normal people who don't want to deal with smell. It's kind of like Vicks, yeah. Like the gel to unblock the nose. Yeah. Vicks can also like help kind of mitigate BO as well. For sure. But yeah. Okay, it's getting late. I have class tomorrow in about 6 hours or something like that. So I gotta go. But it was great hanging with everybody. Thank you, Epic, for being our tank. It was awesome raiding with you again. Even, well, not raiding, technically, just doing a trial. But thanks, everybody, for coming. It was fantastic. I loved chatting about lore. I loved having a lively debate again. Very exciting. Lots of food for thought. I think going forward, FF14 looks like the story will continue. And honestly, there's a lot of food for thought. I'm sure more stuff will be made more apparent to us as time goes on. Very hopeful, but also while we can be hopeful, we also need to stay grounded and not get too carried away on the hype train. As Luke Stevens says, hype makes you stupid. So we can all be excited, but you know, not too dooming, but not too hyping, just kind of in the middle. Very enjoyable, very fun, very interesting. Can't wait for 7.5 part 2. Super hype. I'm going to pre-order. Sorry, not sorry. You know, Epic, I will probably be pre-ordering as well. sorry, not sorry with you. I'm not in this instance, I'm going to be honest. There are tons of people right now who are throwing Dawntrail under the bus. I don't think Dawntrail was the fail that everyone likes to say it was. Were there moments where I think it could have done better? Sure. But I had fun in Dawntrail. I saw parts that I really enjoyed, and Dawntrail has come out with some amazing content for everybody to enjoy. So honestly, I'm not seeing Dawntrail to be this complete fail that some people are positioning it to be. I don't always recommend pre-ordering, but in this case, yeah. You get the 3-day head start. Yeah, true. I don't like rushing though. I honestly don't like rushing. I like taking my time, so I don't like having to get past mobs to get to stuff. So I saw parts I enjoyed. Ogle's Quan. Okay there, sir. Oh, Shaluani. But all jokes aside, like, I genuinely thought there were some interesting themes. So I'm excited to see where they're going to take this going forward. I really am pumped. And I wonder what challenges they will give for us. And like Epic, I also want our Warrior of Light to meet something that's really challenging and presents a true obstacle, right? And maybe even a moral dilemma. So I'm very hopeful we shall see. Until Sunday, everyone, take care. Thank you again for coming. I'll see everybody around next time.